Good evening, everybody, and welcome to our January board meeting, and welcome to Cedar Park Middle School. We're really happy to be back in a district facility. We're very grateful to Concordia for the time that they gave us. Since we're in a new location, we're going to start quickly with just a safety announcement, just to make sure that everybody is aware of the protocols for this particular space. In the event of an emergency, we ask you to please remain calm and follow the instructions of the meeting facilitators. Here are some key points to keep in mind. Emergency exits, please familiarize yourself with where the closest exit is in case there is a need to evacuate the room. In the event of a fire alarm or other immediate threats, please exit the building in an orderly manner and proceed to the designated assembly area located at the front of the building where you parked. If you or someone else requires medical assistance during the meeting, please notify a staff member immediately so that we can assist. We'll be happy to do so. Should an emergency arise that disrupts the meeting, such as severe weather, we will follow the district's emergency protocols and communicate next steps to everyone promptly. Thank you for your attention to these procedures, and we will now begin the meeting.
Gloria Gonzalez de Lucchia.
Here.
Anna Smith.
Here.
Sade Fashikun.
Here.
Trish Bodie.
Here.
Paul Gauthier.
Here. Here.
Nikosi Nelson.
Here.
Francesca Romans.
Here. It is 6:19 p.m. and with the quorum of the board present, I call this meeting of the Leander ISD Board of Trustees to order. We're going to start with our student pledge. It is my pleasure to welcome Cadet Lieutenant Colonel Emma Vaughn to lead us in the pledges tonight. Cadet Vaughn is a junior at Leander High School and is a spring semester Cadet Corps Commander responsible for overseeing the activities of 123 cadets. She is also an officer in FFA and on the Superintendent Student Advisory Committee. In her free time, she enjoys line dancing and paddleboarding. Well done, Cadet Vaughn, and thank you for being here with us tonight on this very chilly evening.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Honor the Texas flag. I pledge allegiance to thee, Texas, one state under God, one and indivisible.
If you will join me in a moment of silence, please. Thank you.
Let's go ahead and give a quick round of applause to Cadet Vaughn. All right, next we're going to move on to our Spotlight on Learning, and we're going to hear from a few of our Cedar Park Middle School students. Come on up.
Canyon Ridge.
Oh, Canyon Ridge. Oh, yeah, this does say Cedar Park. Canyon Ridge. Hey, Canyon Ridge, come on up.
Good evening, Madam President, Dr. Gehring, esteemed school board members. I am Wendy Sturdivant, the proud principal at Canyon Ridge Middle School, and it is our privilege to be here tonight. We have here some of our dedicated students, faculty, and community members. We're here to discuss the significant impact of our family engagement on our Canyon Ridge Middle School students. By encouraging our collaborative partnerships and open communication, we create a school culture that's conducive to academic success and inclusive for all students to be successful and celebrated. We also want to make sure our students are truly benefiting from their support of our community, together with the whole child student growth, supported with our students and our family and our community together. You're going to hear tonight that we have great opportunities in our library and our clubs, and so many amazing opportunities. I wish we could have brought more people, but we were told 10 minutes, so we're going to try to stay in 10 minutes. But most of our school-wide events and clubs are student-led, and I think you're going to hear from some amazing students tonight, but they're also completely involved with our community, and so that's what I'm excited for you to get to hear tonight. So I'm thrilled for you to get to hear directly from them, so you can hear about our students, community members, and how they have such valuable opportunities. Laura?
Hello, this is working. My name is Laura Malishki. I have a 7th and an 8th grader at CRMS, and I volunteer heavily in the library and the theater department. And I love doing that because it gives me the opportunity to actually support the teachers, and they're the pros, so I want to help them help the students. So if I can ease their load, then they can come up with more creative activities and events that are special for the kids. And I love helping the teachers realize their creative ideas, so I can support them that way. But I also get to see the groundwork in the middle school, and I get to see and appreciate how much work goes into all the details. There's so much effort that the teachers and the staff do. So I love volunteering there.
I participate in band, athletics, library club, and reading rumble. In the library, I feel like it's the best place for student and teacher and parent collaboration because we have so many things to do. In the library, we have reading rumble, we have Game-a-Palooza, we have readathon. There's so many events that need parents to come and volunteer and teachers to put into. For example, in reading rumble, there's always Avnash's mom who ended up bringing the food last time. And there's always, in readathon, there's a science teacher who set up the potions lab as a table for kids to enjoy. And the library is just such a place for all of us to come together. I feel like it's really important to our school. Thank you.
Hello, I am Jose Gonzalez. I am a 7th grader at Canyon Ridge Middle School. I participate in many extracurriculars, such as being a library aide, participating in this year's spring musical, and a ton of clubs, including like D&D and drama club. Our library has tons of fun events, and like, as she said, has so many things to do, and almost all of them require at least some kind of like outside support from instead of just students. Like one of our events is Trivia Night and Film Festival, which was led by and hosted by students, but with teacher and parent support. We asked trivia questions and we presented student-made films. It was a very fun night for everyone attending, and I really think that everyone made memories.
Hello, board members, and thank you so much for having me. My name is Sky Cartilia, and I'm a 6th grader at Canyon Ridge Middle School. Our school provides us with not only academics, but like activities and fun clubs throughout the year. I'm in student council, running club, Eagle Allies through the Kindness Club, library club, and a lot more. Canyon Ridge provides students and faculty with a safe space for learning, working, and growing, not only as students, but as people. Our school library is not just a place for checking out books, but an environment that provides room for thriving. The library also hosts and sponsors many events throughout the school year, such as Reading Rumble, Game-a-Palooza, Film Festival, and more. Overall, Canyon Ridge is an amazing school, just an incredible school on many levels.
Hi, I'm Jamie Wright, the Canyon Ridge librarian, and as you can see, I have the absolute best job in the whole world. I am so grateful to belong to this campus community, and that doesn't happen by accident. Our best connections happen with care, and as we know, stories have immense power to connect people to each other, but I really think it's important to understand that a library has a lot more magic than just its fantastic books. When I think about programming opportunities, I'm always looking for that person who isn't yet connected. So is it a new family who would like to volunteer but isn't sure about the entry point, or it's a student who hasn't yet joined a club? What kind of opportunity can we have to really bring our community together? A good library has a humming heartbeat. It's a place that welcomes students and families to find resources and books, yes, but also a place where it can inspire students to go further with a project creation tool or connect people together who wouldn't normally talk, like at a maker day. You should come stop by and see us at our karaoke lunch parties. Our students mentioned lots of other events, but I really, really enjoy the community sense that we have, and it all comes together because of our fantastic community volunteers and our amazing student leadership and initiative. What an amazing opportunity it is to connect people with creative programming and to build authentic relationships as we learn together. Please come by and see us at Canyon Ridge Library. Thank you.
I am Leah Cox. I am the 8th grade assistant principal over at Canyon Ridge. As you heard, we have a large variety of opportunities throughout the library for students to thrive. And now you're going to hear from some more of our other Eagles about other opportunities through activities such as PTA initiatives, robotics, clubs, and more. If we had more time, we'd have students and parent volunteers from more clubs like D&D, Stuco, Booster Club, our mixed entrepreneurship, and other student-led events, because we're so fortunate to have our families and community volunteers who are committed to our school and eager to provide a positive impact for our students.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Shweta Devagan, and my family moved here from San Diego in search of a community where parents and school work together to support children. CRMS has been everything we had hoped for and more, a place where opportunities and engagement create a nurturing environment for students to thrive. Each of our 4 children have had the chance to explore their passions through programs like robotics, math pentathlon, cross-country, destination imagination, band, and a lot more. As a parent and an avid tutor, I've had the privilege of working closely with students, parents, teachers, and gaining a deeper understanding of how these programs help children find their path and build meaningful connections. For example, my eldest daughter, Suhani, was part of the CRMS robotics team, who next year went on to win the Global Inspire Award. Later, created a nonprofit to spread STEM education to underserved communities. Their outreach included a life-changing trip to South Africa, where they trained 30 students from 2 schools. Suhani went on to intern at NASA and is now studying pre-med at Johns Hopkins on a full ride. Arjun, our second, is pursuing material science at UNT, and Sunana recently received a CIEE scholarship for a cultural exchange program in Tokyo. Avinash, our youngest, is continuing this journey at CRMS, thriving in robotics, cross-country, science fair, band, and more. CRMS has truly been the foundation of these accomplishments, fostering impactful family and community engagement. Thank you for giving me the chance to share our story tonight.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Avinash Dewagan, and I'm an 8th grader here at Canyon Ridge Middle School. I'm in numerous different clubs, such as Destination Imagination, Robotics, Cross Country, and more. The robotics club is a very innovative experience where you can reach out to numerous different companies, communities, and people to learn more. For example, our FTC team, the Robo Eagles, reached out to a company called Firefly Aerospace, where we saw how rockets are designed, built, and tested. It was a very cool experience, and we learned a lot. I also do cross country, where it's not only about running, it's about the community. In cross country, we have a lot of fun, and you don't have to be fast to be in cross country. You get to meet a lot of new people from different schools and different grades. Overall, these clubs at Canyon Ridge Middle School are great experiences and are super memorable. Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Jana Schaefer, and I am the proud PTA president at Canyon Ridge Middle School. On behalf of the PTA Executive Board, we are truly honored to support the students, teachers, administration, and parents at Canyon Ridge Middle School. This year in particular has been an exciting one as we celebrate 20 years of Canyon Ridge Eagles soaring to success. On September 13th, we wholeheartedly welcomed past, present, and future Eagles, as well as the community at our official 20th celebration, Sweet Home Canyon Ridge. Over 2,000 teachers, students, parents, and community members enjoyed watching performances by the band, choir, cheerleaders, Diamond dancers, and it was an honor to hear from our superintendent, Dr. Gearing, along with the former principals of Canyon Ridge Middle School. In addition to having special events for the community, the Canyon Ridge PTA has supported teachers through teacher grants. The Canyon Ridge PTA is passionate about giving the teachers the tools they need to in turn provide the best possible learning environment and experience for their students. Also here at Canyon Ridge, we welcome parent involvement. Throughout the year, we provide teachers with fun pick-me-ups such as monthly coffee and breakfast carts, Thanksgiving meals, holiday cookie exchanges, and a Cinco de Mayo lunch, just to name a few. Parent volunteers make these events come to life, and we welcome them at our school. Thank you, Dr. Gearing and school board members, for allowing us to highlight how special Canyon Ridge Middle School truly is. Ms. Wendy Sturdivant and her administrative team's outstanding leadership has led and will continue to lead our Canyon Ridge students to soar to success. And the PTA is honored to be a part of such an amazing school. Thank you so much.
Thank y'all. So as you heard, we have quite a few programs and students and amazing parents and community support. We truly couldn't do it without our parents and our community support. As I said, we could have brought so many more if you would have let us have more time and more seats. They said we could only have 4 or 5 chairs here, but thank you for having us tonight. We are so blessed, truly blessed, to have the best Eagle students. Along with supportive teachers and parents in our community, our parents really do lift up our teachers, who then lift up our students. And so we have so much to be grateful for, and we appreciate y'all having us here tonight so we could share just a little bit of our story. Thank you.
All right, Spotlight on Learning is always one of our favorites to hear from community, to hear from our students. So thank you all for coming out here and sharing. Thanks parents for driving students. I know it was a cold, rainy night, and so really appreciate y'all bringing your families out here to participate. It means a lot to us. Next, we're going to move on to video recognition. We're going to watch a video that was prepared by our school community relations team.
What is a leader? Someone who is teaching, helping, and guiding Till you reach your goal in a caring way.
Being a leader is to influence people in a positive way.
I think it's important to have good leaders in a school district, especially Leander ISD, as it's a foundation for who you are as a person as you grow up and you enter the adult world. You go through elementary school, middle school, high school.
What I think are great qualities in a leader would be someone that is a great communicator.
Responsible.
And a team player.
I think it's important to encourage others around me to become leaders so we can just lift other people up and the community grows stronger together.
I think that a lot of people sometimes need guidance in their life, and I feel like leaders provide great assistance for those who can be lost.
If we have more leaders all throughout the district, then it will be just a better place to be.
If you encourage more people, it makes them feel like this power that they can do anything.
I think being a leader to my peers is getting to help them accomplish what they want to accomplish and getting a front row seat to helping them do that.
To be a leader, you have to lead, grow, and inspire. And since our school is a leadership school, that's what we do. We want to be a role model to other kids.
But Leander ISD, they will empower people and students to become whoever and whatever they want to be.
These students and these people are the future of our country, of our world. Instilling those values of good leadership in them can really make a lot of difference in what they grew up to do.
Now, if you ask me who I think great leaders are, I would have to say
our school board of trustees.
They're constantly going above and beyond for not only me, but everyone in Leander ISD.
Their leadership is not only about making decisions and setting policies,
But it's also about fostering an environment where students, educators, and families feel valued and supported.
Their commitment to our education and well-being shows us that leadership is about service and dedication.
We are proud to follow in their footsteps as leaders of tomorrow.
They lead by listening and by letting the voices in our community help shape our district's future.
They inspire me to want to be the best leader I can be.
for all that you do,
we want to say thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you for creating a brighter future for all of us who walk through the doors of our schools.
Thank you for empowering us to follow the Leander way through the guiding documents.
I look forward to one day walking that stage at graduation,
And shaking your hands as I continue my journey.
knowing that you will always be supporting me.
you can't spell Leander without leader, and we can't have Leander ISD without our board members.
But there's one more person with something to say.
Let's toss it over to Dr. Gearing live in studio.
Thanks, guys. Man, those amazing students stole my lines, but I couldn't agree with them more. Gloria, Anna, Sade, Trish, Paul, Francesca, and our newest member, Nkosi, you heard from these students the difference that you make. Right now, we're celebrating School Board Recognition Month, and the theme this year, Leadership for Tomorrow's Texas, fits perfectly with something I firmly believe. The future of our great state is in our public schools. Your leadership creates opportunities for our students to find their passion and become the leaders we're counting on them to be. From all of us in One LISD, we say thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Christina. Thank you for the entire team of putting that together. It's really the joy that you see in all of us as we're visiting schools. That is the joy of serving for Leander ISD. I always tell folks, sometimes board meetings aren't my most favorite part, but they're a very important part. But when you get, I always say, Bruce, we need to go be at a school. I need to be at a school function. I need to fill the bucket. And students definitely do fill the bucket. And so what we do is easy compared to the work that staff does, that principals do, that teachers do, that librarians do, that cafeteria does, that custodial does, that all of Leander employees do. So thank you for appreciating us, but we really owe our appreciation to the Leander ISD staff. So thank y'all. All right, and now we're going to move on to the next portion of our board meeting, which is the citizen comments. And before I invite the first speaker to the podium, we're going to watch a short intro video.
Hello, my name is Eileen. I'm a senior at Leander High School. The district and the Board of Trustees are the local government body responsible for serving the educational needs of all school children, like me and my friends here in Leander Independent School District. Their mission is to cultivate each individual student while creating a safe and supportive environment. The board is now taking up the Citizens Comment agenda item. This is dedicated time during the meeting to hear from the whole community, and the entire LISD family is listening. The district believes the Leander family thrives when we ensure a welcoming, safe, and caring environment. To our speakers, before you speak, we hope you have read the guidelines specified in board operating procedures and BED local. The board wants to hear from everyone. Please be mindful of your conduct and example you are choosing to set while presenting complex information. Remember that school children of all ages may participate in board meetings, either by watching them online, or you might even see some of us in the audience. Still remember that there are other ways you can communicate with the board. You can send them an email or just tell them that you would like to chat sometime. When the board president calls your number, remember, watch the timer and focus your remarks to the time allotted. We know it can be hard, but please conclude your comments when you hear the chime.
Okay, we're going to start with speaker number one. If speaker number one would come up to the podium.
Is there a timer like there's been before? Oh, there it is. Okay. All right. Good evening. I'm here tonight to express deep concern about the recommendations from the Long Range Planning Committee. This unelected group does not represent the district as a whole and appears to be acting with a political agenda and in bad faith. The committee scenarios that were recommended failed to recommend building elementary schools 31 or 32 in a timely manner. In fact, some of the scenarios deleted elementary school 32 entirely, and 31 was shown being built in 2030 or beyond, despite the fact that the northern part of our district is at capacity. We call ourselves a destination district, yet families moving here find no schools for their children. There is no destination. How can we claim that title when communities like Treviso are left without a neighborhood school? I could argue for the neighborhood school model, urge you to act quickly to control inflationary costs, or show you the data, or talk about the data, how there's an acute need to build schools now. But what's the point if an appointed committee, not accountable to voters, decides the fate of our children? I did not vote for this committee. I voted for many of you. You are the decision-making authority. I do not hope that you abdicate that power. The LRPC's actions, and if you think about what they've accomplished as a committee, and I serve on that committee over the last year and a half, I don't think they've accomplished much. But there's three things it did accomplish. One, it was delays in action, delays in decision-making, and delays in construction. That's what it's accomplished. I urge you to act decisively, commit to building elementary schools 31 and 32, and reconsider the value and role of the LRPC. Thank you.
Speaker number two.
Good evening. Good evening, members of the board. My name is Carla Gallagher-Murray. I'm the PTA president at Grandview Hills Elementary School here in LISD. We are located in the 4 Points area and are both a Title I school and one of the district's 2 International Baccalaureate schools. For the last 13 years, our PTA has provided after-school clubs for our students. We put a lot of research and care into providing quality clubs that meet both our students' interests and enrich their elementary school experience. Most recently, we have offered a chess club, a cooking club, and a musical theater club. In October, we were told abruptly that we would not be allowed to continue offering clubs at our school due to an alleged exclusivity contract that this district entered into with the YMCA in 2022 for all after-school enrichment on the elementary level and about which we were not made aware. We have asked multiple times to see the rule that prohibits our continuing to provide this service to our families, as we have long done, and we have asked to see the contract that allegedly would prohibit our offering of clubs. Both requests have been ignored repeatedly. While we don't dispute that the YMCA offers a valuable child care service to many families, what they offer in the way of after-school enrichment versus what we have been able to offer our after-school clubs is significant. Our clubs teach our students and expose them to skills and expertise they would not otherwise have, which is entirely different from the daycare that the YMCA provides. To refuse to meaningfully collaborate with our PTA or to even provide us with a rule that we allegedly violated. Thank you.
Thank you, speaker number two. Speaker number three.
My name is Lori Moore, and I'm here to ask you to share the enrollment projection scenarios with the community as soon as possible. Define the impacts of each of those scenarios on student experience and operating budgets, and hear community feedback. Then, have the courage to make facility optimization decisions based on the data using the parameters you set out: student experience and fiscal responsibility. My experience last year on the Long Range Planning Committee was engaging and meaningful. Staff and community members from different backgrounds and perspectives approached the work with integrity and kept the parameters of strengthening student experience and prioritizing fiscal responsibility front of mind. As you will hear tonight, the entire committee analyzed enrollment projection data, debated options and priorities, and the optimization subcommittee did great work to not only create tools which would inform facility optimization recommendations, but applied those tools to develop recommendations. When we gathered in May, it was with the expectation that we would vote on the subcommittee recommendations to be brought to the board. Instead, our work was halted, and a different proposal that had no basis in the data was presented for approval. Trust was shattered. 8 months later, the committee finally has an opportunity to present their work to you and their findings. What has been lost, aside from trust in the process, is 8 months, which you could have held discussions with the community about the challenges, proposed scenarios. With the updated enrollment projections and a huge budget shortfall, it's incumbent upon you to start community forums now and make the tough choices
Thank
required.
you, speaker number 3. Speaker number 4, please come to the podium.
Hello, my name is Anna. I'm also here to advocate on behalf of the students of Grandview Hills Elementary. As you heard from speaker number 2, we are having difficulties continuing PTA-sponsored enrichment programs for our students. My son is a 5th grader, and he has been a participant in YMCA and the PTA-sponsored after-school activities for many years. Thanks to the robotics club out of PTA, he has a spark for software engineering, robotics, and creativity and career aspirations that will set him on a trajectory for life. So I'm very grateful personally as a parent for that PTA-sponsored quality of opportunity. And I hope to advocate that for all of our students. As you heard, in October, these were abruptly suspended because of a alleged contract with YMCA for exclusivity. For 3 months, 4, we have gone back and forth with little communication and cooperation with the district enrichment office. I advocate and I ask for action on behalf of the board to help us resolve this. We want to be compliant, and again, we were unaware of these terms until October when these activities were abruptly shut down. Thank you.
Thank you, speaker number 4. Speaker number 5.
Good evening. My name is Lynn, and I'm a parent of a student at Grandview Hills Elementary. I'm here today to express my gratitude and support for the PTA, organize enrichment programs, and urge you to allow them to continue running these incredible programs. The PTA has done an amazing job sourcing, securing, and tailoring a vast variety of these after-school activities that enrich my son's personal growth. He's had the opportunity to participate in cooking club, chess, and theater. Through these programs, he's become a more well-rounded individual and has built strong, lasting relationships with his schoolmates. The skill he's gained through these clubs, taught by experts in their craft, have significantly improved his social skills, overall character, and exposed him to interests that he didn't even know he had. So what makes these programs so impactful is the expertise and passion of the skilled individuals delivering them. They provide unique experiences that go beyond the regular school curriculum and what YMCA offers. I urge you to allow PTA to continue running these incredible programs. They are an essential part of our children's development and help build a stronger and more connected school community. Thank you.
Thank you, speaker number 5. Speaker number 6.
Hi, my name is Paige Prokop, and I'm also a parent of Grandview Hills. And we have been trying to work as diligently as we can to get our clubs back reinstated. And one of our biggest roadblocks has been that we have not been presented with a process or procedure to get things in place with the district, or how to get our teachers signed up or approved for new clubs, how to register students outside of the direct link that has already been provided for this upcoming semester, which the clubs that we've already had teachers show their interest and even volunteer parents show their interest on leading them, and students that have shown interest in joining those clubs have not been added to the district site. So even going within the guidelines that trying to establish those for this semester, we haven't been able to do that. So just here to really make everyone aware that this is something we're trying to work within the guidelines, but without having any language or guidelines available to us, we can't even get started on our process to offer our kids these options. And as it stands right now, the only options available at Grandview Hills are 2 YMCA clubs, when last semester we had a club every afternoon. So the whole week was filled with a different club. Thank you.
Thank you, speaker number 6. Speaker number 7.
Good evening, members of the school board, and thank you for your time. I stand before you as a parent of 3 children in Grandview Hills Elementary, a Title I IB school on the south side of the district, and as a proud member of our PTA advocating for what I believe is best for our kids. We're told there's an exclusivity agreement between Leander ISD and YMCA as a sole provider of after-school enrichment. Our kids deserve options that allow them to explore their unique interests and talents, options that exist outside of daycare and babysitting. Whether it's musical theater, cooking, or sports, our students should have the freedom to choose from an array of programs that reflect their diverse needs. Our PTA has poured hours of hard work and effort into identifying providers who can offer these opportunities to our community. But the current agreement with the YMCA prevents us from doing that, as we found out last semester when our clubs were abruptly halted mid-session. We also have been gaslighted and told that we're the only school who cannot figure this out. The challenges we face are great. Our teachers already have full plates. Asking them to take on extra clubs or programs is not realistic. Volunteers, too, are in short supply in our community, where many parents like myself are just trying to make ends meet. We cannot rely on volunteer efforts alone to meet the needs of our kids. We're asking for flexibility and choice. Our children deserve a broader range of after-school enrichment options. Thank you.
Thank you, speaker number 7. Speaker number 8.
Hi, I'm Celeste. I'm a proud mom of 4 LISD students. I reviewed the long-range planning committee slides for the presentation tonight, and I have some concerns. First, these slides propose opening elementary school 31 and 32 in the 28-29 school year, which is far too late given the current overcrowding in the northern part of the district. The need for these schools is immediate, and waiting until 2028 is not a feasible solution. It appears as though a vocal few from the southern part of the district have been able to overpower the rest of this committee, pushing their interests into the recommendations. This does not reflect a balanced approach for the entire district, especially when the needs of the north are immediate. The committee appears to be wasting valuable time of volunteer community members who want to be involved for the right reasons. Its current recommendations do not represent the true needs of our district. Finally, I want to remind the board that the voters who supported the 2023 bond did so with the understanding that 32 would be built in Treviso, and our community has been expecting a school for 10+ years. Our growth is well documented in the most recent PASA report. Not following through on that promise would be a betrayal to our community and likely damage future bond efforts. I urge the board to act swiftly on the construction of elementary 31 and 32, reconsider the current recommendations, and make sure that the voices of this community is properly all heard. Thank you.
Thank you, speaker number 8. And that concludes our citizen comments for this evening. Going to move us over to our next item, which is the consent agenda. Board members, do you have any motions related to consent?
I move the consent agenda items be approved as presented.
I'll second.
Anna makes a motion, Francesca seconds. All those in favor? 7 in favor. Consent agenda passes. Consent agenda items pass, sorry. And next we'll move on to the superintendent's report.
Thank you, Madam President. As we celebrated earlier, this is School Board Recognition Month, so I would like to just say a few words about our school board as we gather tonight to honor our Board of Trustees during School Board Recognition Month. I'm filled with immense pride and gratitude. This year's theme, Leadership for Tomorrow's Texas, perfectly captures the vital role our trustees play in shaping the future of our community, of our state, and most importantly, of our students. As your superintendent, I've had the privilege of working closely with our dedicated board members, President Dr. Gloria Gonzalez-Dulakia, Vice President Anna Smith, Secretary Sade Fashukun, and Trustees Trish Bodie, Paul Gauthier, and Nikosi Nelson, and Francesca Romans. No, I didn't forget Trish. I'm going to read them again. Gloria, Anna, Sade, Trish, Paul, Nikosi, and Francesca. These individuals are the epitome of servant leaders, devoting countless hours to ensuring that the needs of every student in our district are met. Their tireless work behind the scenes reflects their deep commitment to fostering a district where every child can thrive. Together, we have worked to advance student-centered learning, strengthen management systems, and create a supportive environment for all members of our #OneLISD family. Their collaborative spirit and visionary leadership are instrumental in making Leander ISD one of the best school districts in Texas. I often say that the future of our great state is sitting right now in our public schools. Our trustees embody this belief, leading with integrity, with foresight, and an unwavering dedication to preparing our students for the challenges and opportunities of tomorrow. Tonight, I want to personally thank each of our board members for their steadfast commitment to our mission. Your leadership inspires not only me, but our entire community to strive for excellence. Together, we are building a brighter future for Leander ISD and beyond. So thank you for your service, for your vision, and specifically for your heart for our students. Now, that was pretty weak, people.
Let's get excited.
That's better. And now can we hear it for those Vandergrift Vipers? Truly an incredible season. The hard work of these kids and these employees, these coaches, the trainers, the managers, everybody involved. This takes community involvement at a level that, unless you're involved in it, few of us really understand. The beauty of Friday night football in Texas is that it's not just about football, it's also about cheer, it's about band, it's about our dance kids, it's about the kids who are running the video production, the scoreboards, it's about booster clubs, it's about parent support, it's about so many incredible things that happen. But for these boys specifically, this journey is something that comes once in a lifetime. At every stage of this season, there was the opportunity for them to not continue, and yet they pulled things out of the bag. That I spoke to Coach today, and he said there were times when he wasn't so sure that it was going to happen the way he thought it was. He said he spoke in his headset on multiple occasions where he said, I can't believe that they just pulled that off. But that's what it's all about, right? It's about all the pieces coming together and just an incredible, incredible season. I want to share a little bit about something that's happening at Vista Ridge High School right now. We've said that we will try to bring you examples when we can of work in the district from our kids and from our teachers that embodies the strategic plan, and specifically embodies, in this case, when we talk about student portfolios and student reflection and student-led conferences, what that means exactly. And so to give you some idea, the Vista Ridge High School English 1 collaborative team of 4 teachers have been working on helping their students to set reading and writing goals. and then reflecting on their progress towards those goals and developing an online portfolio. And so they've worked with their students to develop Google Sites. They gave them a template. It's not complicated. All of their kids have been successful in getting these templates together. But the real power in this comes in what they did with it. And so they asked the students at the end of the semester to reflect on the learning and the growth that they've seen in their reading and writing over the semester. And the way that they asked them to reflect on that was to create a video showcasing their Google site and walking through their progress, not only in reading and in writing, in their goal-setting process, in their progress monitoring process. They looked at their own data on MAP, on STAR, on district assessments, and they talked to their parents about what that looked like in what we call a student-led conference. And I'm not going to show you any of this video because you really do have to watch multiple minutes of it, and I don't want to put that through to you now, but I have shared this with you in the Friday memo tomorrow, so that you can go and watch 3 examples of what these students have done and how they've fed back to their parents. And so they all sent this note to their parents at the end of the semester saying, here is the work that I've done, and here's a video of me explaining what I've done. And also here's a form that I'd like you to fill out to give me some feedback about my progress in English reading and writing this year. And so in the document that I'm going to share with you, you'll see the videos of the kids sharing with their parents. There's a very subtle difference that really struck me, is that the quality of the feedback and the reflection that the kids did was quite different because they were doing it for their parents. They weren't doing it for a teacher or for other kids in the class. They were doing it for their parents. And so in the first one, for example, at first I thought I'd got the wrong video because the young lady speaks in Portuguese the whole time to her parents. But that's because her reflection is for her parents and not for anybody else. Every now and then she drops into English because she remembers that there are other people watching too. But it's just a beautiful example of how when students own their own learning and then reflect, it's very, very powerful. The next powerful piece, and you're going to hear a lot in the theme the next over this meeting and the next one about impactful family engagement, but this opportunity for parents to provide feedback to their students. And so I want to share a little bit of that with you. This is what one parent said: I'm very proud of you for setting reading goals and celebrating your progress towards achieving these goals. Now remember, these are 9th graders, right? So reading for them is not necessarily what their most important thing in their life is at that point. It's especially awesome to see that you're focused on what you can do with reading and discovering that you have a voice and a lot to offer a reading group. I also love to see that you're analyzing your progress on STAR over multiple years and have noticed a slight change in success as you move into high school. But remember, those numbers don't define you, but instead they provide you feedback and opportunities to learn and where you can grow as a learner. And how powerful is that? As you've heard, our emergency management team has been hard at work, not only setting up safety procedures for this meeting, but also monitoring weather conditions this week. Winter weather is always tricky in Texas. It changes very rapidly and unexpectedly, and the team has done really a remarkable job this week of monitoring, of being in all of the county and city calls and making sure that they're putting out messages like this to all of our community to make sure that they're ready for the weather. As it turns out, this time we managed to not have to take any adverse actions as a district, and looks like we'll get through the week pretty unscathed. But it is really, really important that we are always prepared for the weather. And just a quick shout out to say that we also always put out our messages in Spanish. We are working also to try to do that in more languages as we go, because right now I think we have 75 different languages spoken in the district. So really trying to make sure that we're reaching all of our community with the work that we do. And with that, I'm happy to answer any questions you might have.
I just want to say thank you so much for talking about the personalized learning, because I've noticed that when we ask people, like, what do you see for the future of education, our ideas and thoughts can get quite lofty. But then when you ask somebody, what do you want to see your child do, or your nephew, or your niece, or your cousin, when we start personalizing it, those answers and really kind of how personal and really monumental of thoughts that come forward. And so seeing our students personalize their learning for their parents. I'm so excited to see the videos, and thank you so much. Also for operational day-to-day, that is definitely administration, not board, but we're part of oversight for vision and goal setting. So if we could just get a memo update on what we've heard about with the after-school clubs versus enrichment. I think there's some blurring of lines in discussion, so I just want to make sure you get us an update so we're all on the same page and we're using the same language and vocabulary.
Yes, ma'am.
I actually had a request for that policy to be brought up so we can review it to ensure we're not preventing access to our PTAs or PTOs.
Yes, ma'am.
And then since we're talking about updates and things that are going on, the security passes. You showed that weather document and emergencies. I like that we have it in English and Spanish. I remember our last presentation, did show that high increase in high percentage of population speaking Hindi and Telugu. Hindi and Telugu. And so it would be great if we could make sure that the emergency information, is sent out in at least these languages that we know that we have a really high percentage of our population speaking.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Gearing. Before we move to the next item on the agenda, and that item we have a big block of time for, I've had a couple of requests for us to take a quick 10-minute before we start the next agenda item. So we're going to break right now for a quick 10-minute break. So we'll come back, we'll just say it's 7:20. All right, we are back from break, and we're going to move over to item 7AI, which is our 7A1, which is our long-range planning committee update.
Okay. Thank you, Christian. Madam President, members of the board, Dr. Gearing, I am going to be joined tonight by several people. I'm going to be the MC for this long-range planning committee update just because we have a lot of information that we want to share with you tonight. So Wendy's going to be the controller of the slide button. So Wendy, if you want to advance that next slide, since we have so many of us. What we're going to do, this is our purpose. We're going to provide an update because the long-range planning committee has been doing a lot of work over this fall for the 24-25 school year. That's what we're here tonight to highlight. Next slide. And one thing I want to take a moment to do is, in my short time here within Leander ISD, I've been able to observe a lot of things. And I've also had the pleasure of being plugged in and engaged with this long-range planning committee. I've been able to learn a lot about the work that they've done and a lot of their passions and what the committee wants to do moving forward. And so we spent a lot of time over this fall just for me to get to know everyone and see how this group worked. But I want to start by just introing with a story, right? So back in April of 2023, when this committee, which is comprised of like over 60 members, it's a pretty big committee that's made up of parents and students and community members and campus principals and also a few trustees. That began that journey. Okay, a journey that every single one of these committee members had an opportunity to stand at the beginning of a winding path, right? Full of potential possibilities. No one knew kind of where we may be going. And while we could not predict, nor could we see every twist and every turn along that path, we knew that that path had to lead what? It had to lead to student, our educator, and our community growth. Future growth, future opportunities for the entire district. And every step that was taken together kind of cleared that path and laid that foundation for those conversations and for the work that we were going to do. And so tonight, you're going to see committee representatives are going to walk you through this journey. It's a journey that's going to start with some previous work that happened a while back, right? And that was developed early on in this path. And then others are going to focus on more recent work. Work along this path to help get us toward future considerations. These are considerations and insights that are intended to help you, the board, but also the district make future decisions. So we have the tools in place to help. And also, this committee has worked to pave that way for all of those new opportunities, new directions, and new successes, both for today and for the future. But also, the work of the committee was not only focused on solving current challenges, but it's also for building that path to help ensure that our campuses and our facilities are ready for whatever the future holds. We've seen from a demographics that things are evolving. Things are changing. Our campuses, our facilities need to be able to evolve and adapt to those different changes. And also the committees, they've had tough conversations, right? Difficult conversations, had difficult questions, but also have highlighted some interesting ideas and some interesting insights. But they've always stayed committed to a vision of preparing not just for something, but preparing for anything. And so that leads me into something that I want to make a connection here. And there is a quote by A.J. Giuliani Dr. Gearing has been talking about this for several months. AJ was here beginning of the year to kick us off for this school year. But one of those quotes that's really important is that our job is not to prepare our students for something. Our job is to help prepare our students prepare themselves for anything. So this sparks an idea, not only tied to the educating, but also tied to how we make decisions around even our facilities, even our campuses. So with this thought, there was an activity and exercise that the committee ran later this fall of how can we take this little quote and how can we apply it to the work that this committee is doing. And so we provided pieces of this quote with some blanks to fill in. It's like Mad Lib. And so what we did is we took all of those, everyone wrote on a Post-it note. They put it up on a piece of paper, up on the wall, and then what we did afterwards is decipher those thoughts. And where would we land? And so next slide is kind of what this may look like. If we wanted to do a quote of our own, that our job is not to look at our facilities just for a specific purpose, but to ensure that they are equipped to meet future needs. You can see how this quote in and of itself helps motivate us for educating our students, but it also can help motivate for when we make decisions about future campuses, future facilities, open enrollment, etc. Next. So part of this fall work, we're going to go back to September, where we set, not in this boardroom, but in another boardroom, and an update on where we were after the summer. And we received some further direction as a committee that the board would like to focus on some key areas. And those 4 key areas are listed here. But you'll see one's grayed out. That's because there's 4 focus areas, one on facility optimization, one on open enrollment, and one on innovative academies. That 4th one is communication, but communication follows the work that needs to be done on these 3 other areas. So these 3 areas are what we've divided this presentation into. Facility optimization, those are my friends that are here at the table right now that are going to be walking us through that focus area. So next slide, please. And the timeline. I've been involved here. We're in the dash circle over this fall, but this work started again back in April of 2023. And so that was a long period of time, and a lot of work was done. I want everyone to know that a lot of work was done up to this point of 24-25 school year. But this just shows you that we've had 4 meetings every month, September, October, November, December. And then we are here now to share some of those thoughts and those insights and considerations that were identified through the fall. And what do we need? We need guardrails as a committee. And these are the committee norms. And these norms are actually evaluated early fall to see, are there any adjustments that are made? So we had a little focus group, breakout group, that kind of made some modifications. One that is interesting that I want to point out is when we say take space, make space, if you look at that 4th bullet, there's something that's it's an interesting, intriguing bullet, but recognize Elmo moments. And if you haven't heard of Elmo moments, those are enough, let's move on. You know, because we could talk about this stuff, we're very passionate, we could all talk about this stuff for a long period of time. And so we need these norms to help us navigate those conversations as committee members and have structure. Okay, so facility optimization is one of those focus areas, and all those focus areas turned into subcommittees. And so we're first going to hear from facility optimization. Next slide. And this is just a breakdown of who you have at the table. We have an administrative chair for each one of these subcommittees. Brandon Evans down on the other end of the table, Senior Executive Director, Facility and Operations. But we also have administrative co-chairs that are in between here with Brittany Clifford, principal at Sinai Ranch Elementary, Jamie Spexarth, the principal at Stiles Middle School, Wendy Serta, principal at Canyon Ridge Middle School. But also, we have a member representative. And this is not Clinton. So I do apologize. Clinton couldn't be here tonight, but I do want to acknowledge and thank Heather Tankersley for being here, sitting in as part of the member representative of this subcommittee. All right, so before I hand it off to these very capable presenters, I do want to preface that the following slides are the results of committee work over the last year, okay, over the previous year. And what you will see reflects data, but also some scenarios that were analyzed utilizing a matrix and a rubric that's actually developed by the committee at that time. And so it will show you, it will walk us through some of this data that happened from that May of 2023 to 2024.
Can I ask a clarifying question?
Absolutely.
When you say this committee, is it the data from the committee that's been meeting this year, this school year, or are we talking about information from the April 2023 committee?
Yeah, so what we're going to see tonight is the results and the work from that May of 2023 to June 2024, okay? And so the work that was previous, that did not happen this year, because it's utilizing data from last year.
Okay.
Okay, and so, and why this is that with this data, the committee also determined that showing these results from previous work, but also the exploration, was the best way to demonstrate how this tool actually functions. To walk through it with you as a board, utilizing previous data that the subcommittee had worked through. The presentation will also demonstrate how the subcommittee worked through some of this data, but also to reinforce how this tool would continue to work and how it could help inform ongoing and future decision making. So that's what I want to preface. No decisions have been made. We're just utilizing previous work to help demonstrate. So the 3 bullets you see on the screen here, facility optimization, those are 3 kind of focus areas within the subcommittee. It says most recently, this fall, the subcommittee has spent time refining that tool to make sure that that optimization matrix and rubric was still effective for future decision making. That was the #1 priority going into this to evaluate that. And one way to do that is to look at that previous data and to show you through that demonstration. And then also present that to the full long-range planning committee, and then present here for the Board of Trustees in January of this year, and that's where we are. Okay, so this presentation of this subcommittee is broken out into where we've been. Why? Because we're going to review some historical work and those refined tools that were generated by that subcommittee during that 23-24 school year. And then we're going to kind of wrap it up by where we can go from here. What are some of the guidance and next steps based on what we've observed as a committee recently. Next. So I'm about to hand it over, but I just want to make sure that everyone knows, again, the following data was developed by the committee during the 23-24 school year, and that's what's being presented and utilized. That's what they utilized at that time. So with this, y'all have heard enough from me, and I want to hand it over to Jamie, who's going to run through the first part of this subcommittee presentation.
Thank you for the introduction, Jeremy. Wendy, can you go to the next slide? All right, so as our facility optimization or repurposing subcommittee came together and began our very long journey that we've been on, we started by looking for examples and gathering data about how other school districts or organizations in general had approached optimization and repurposing in the past. And we used some of that information as a baseline to start talking about, as a larger committee, how do we as Leander ISD define facility optimization? So we said that we define it as the best utilization of our district facilities to support all the stakeholders, making the best use of our current and those future facilities with student experience, staff experience or support, and financial responsibility in mind, using our facilities in a way that addresses the physical and learning spaces needs in the district while aspiring the wants for our students' hopes and dreams, and then utilizing resources effectively with a building-focused perspective to purposefully address student needs, Fiscal responsibility was something that we wrestled with every time we had discussions. And then we want our facilities to be productive for our students, staff, families, and our communities as well. So then, once we had defined it, we started looking around and realizing this is something that we already have some good examples here within Leander ISD that we've done in the past. And so that was really encouraging for us. Back in 2006, when I started as a baby teacher at Vista Ridge High School, we had this machining program that had some really great equipment and took up a lot of space. And then over time, the interest in the enrollment in that program dwindled and dwindled to the point where we looked around and said, like, what else do our students need? How can we best use, how can we optimize the space and offer what our students need? And so the space where the machining program originally was is now Vista Ridge's super vibrant ROTC program. Like, if you look at that space, you would never realize that it had ever been designed for something else. That's a really, really popular program with a lot of leadership opportunities at Vista Ridge. In fact, we were kicked off tonight by one of our Vista Ridge ROTC officers. Also, if we look at how 4 Points, pieces of that building have been utilized as a partnership with Vandergrift High School to house their dual credit ACC professors, and that's been really successful. Fabian Elementary currently houses our whole early childhood evaluation team. And so there's that great campus district connection within that space. And then if we think about a major project, the conversion of a former commercial property into Grandview Hills Elementary is a really prime example of taking on a really big task and having a really great result as far as optimization goes. So within our research, we were also wanting to gather factors that we should consider when exploring facility optimization. So we gathered this list of factors, but we also defined them. Jeremy mentioned that there's a lot of tools that were developed by this subcommittee and a lot of processes. One of those tools is a very comprehensive list of factors, and those factors defined through a Leander ISD lens. And so we were looking at enrollment, not just current enrollment, but also future enrollment and past enrollment. Looking at individual community and campus needs, because each of our campuses' needs and interests are so different. We were keeping budget and staffing needs for operating a campus, so kind of hitting on fiscal responsibility. Student choice and voice for activities and experience, and then teacher collaboration and the teacher experience. We were also considering the condition of facilities. As anybody who maybe has driven by Vista Ridge High School or Cedar Park High School recently has realized we are constantly in the process of updating our facilities. And so keeping an eye on which facilities have recently been updated and are up to the district standard, and which facilities may not have gotten that same attention for a little while. Special programs, requirements, and needs, the location of facilities, and that includes like major thoroughfares as far as transportation, traffic, parking, etc. And then the impact on other campuses in the area, future zoning, funding available for renovations or new construction, and then portables. So we realized that we needed to gather more input for some of our stakeholders. We really wanted to dig in more to learn about the teacher experience and how facilities and facility optimization impacts the teacher experience. So we sent out a survey to teachers in the district, all the way from pre-K to 12th grade teachers. And we heard back loud and clear from teachers about how their facilities and the size of their campus impacts their day-to-day. So we asked specifically, how does the number of staff on your team affect the planning and professional learning community, your instructional practices, interventions, your day-to-day duties and campus responsibilities, your students' experiences, and then we also asked open-ended, what are other factors or parameters we should consider? So there were some really interesting findings that came from that survey feedback. We heard that teachers really felt like having fewer than 3 teachers within like a grade level or within their professional learning community negatively impacts their experience as a teacher. It's just, there's not as many people to share the load, not as many new ideas brought to the table, and that collaboration wasn't as rich when there are fewer than 3 teachers in a collaborative team. We also heard that super large teams can also be less effective. It's harder to come to consensus when you have a really large group. We sometimes learned that on the long range planning committee. Elmo moments. Also, teachers told us loud and clear that less staff means more duties per person, and so less time on important tasks. So those important tasks might be like being available for student tutorials and things like that. It also means less time for after-school clubs and programs, and helping students explore their passions. We also heard that when a campus is overcrowded, it can negatively impact the student experience because there's only one football team or there's only one club that everyone's really interested in, and so overcrowding can have the opposite effect.
Okay, and then I'm a rookie. And so basically we took that initial, data set that Jamie was talking about and compiled it as organized as we could and said, okay, what are we going to do with all of this to make it make sense? Because there's obviously a lot of information. So we took that and made sort of a preliminary, we called it a blueprint at the time. We've updated it since. From there, we went to the communications subcommittee, and then they gathered and gave us feedback on parents, campus staff, students, community members to kind of come back with another iteration for that. And then from there, it was brought to the full long-range plan committee, and we had lots of conversation about all of it, Elmo moments. And from there, we were able to develop what ultimately turned into what we call is the matrix, which has a lot of data in it, and there's another half that we'll get into after, but to really make that a tool where somebody can go through and say, okay, these are all the factors. It's not just enrollment. There's a lot of other things that go into it. And so basically, and again, as stated before, this was based off of PASA data from the prior year and then scenarios that were run. So it will likely need to be updated based on new information. But from this, we're able to identify these are the X number of campuses that are available or potential optimization campuses. And we started at 60%. 1, because we needed a starting point. 2, because that's where we really found that the PLCs that Jamie was talking about started to be impacted. When you got to that point and lower, we were starting to see less than 3 per campus. And so also to take that matrix and take the data and just say, okay, which ones from top to bottom are most ideal to be optimized? And then we define success by meeting both the district's needs for what projects they have coming up, and then still taking care of what the students, families, and stakeholders need. So using this definition, which was reviewed by the full committee and also the 3 objectives in mind, we continue to come back to this definition. Every time we looked at a tool, every time we would look through the data, we would come back to this definition and these objectives. We quickly realized it's not a one-step process, right? We can't just look at one data point, one enrollment. A lot of times people think we just look at a PASA data point. There's so much more to it. It's a multi-step process. And so we needed to develop a process. And so we had all this data, we had all these tools. How do we do that? And so we worked with our communications chair and created this flow chart, which shows how many steps it really takes. And even within that, there's some loops because as you see, there's an engage process, which would go out to the community and then have to come back, right? And so we have many, many steps here. And so it's a process, and we would have to go through continuous improvement cycles. Even this flow chart went through continuous improvement cycles, many iterations. And so we want to kind of walk you through what those steps would look like, because the steps work even with the current year's data. We did start that. We're going to show you it with last year's data, but we have started looking at some of it too. And so we want to show you how it would work with any data tools. That's our goal, is that it would apply with any scenario that you would bring forward. And so that's what we would hope it would move forward with. So the first step is to identify. And so we would look at, we'd start with the PASA data. So last year we were looking at October 2023 at the time. But again, like I said, it's not just the one data point. The PASA chart highlights based on 80% utilization. But for us, when we really dug into all the feedback from all the stakeholders, 80% didn't necessarily mean that that was the most optimal time to potentially look at optimization or repurpose. And so we really tried to figure out where was that number to look at that. And 60% tend to meet the mark of checking all the boxes based on feedback, of meeting the mark for student experience, meeting the mark for PLC, making sure that we were meeting the needs of all of our stakeholders. And so we wanted to make sure we were meeting the needs for clubs and opportunities. What we have found on our campuses that are below 60% based on feedback from campus leaders is that they don't have enough teachers to cover duty. And so teachers are having to do more morning duty, more lunch duty. They're losing their break time. As well in secondary master schedules, they're having to do multiple preps. For like our elective teachers, they're having to do 3-4 preps. Whereas on bigger campuses, they only have maybe 1 prep. And so that affects teacher retention and teacher engagement and teachers being empowered. It affects them being able to collaborate. And so that 60% mark wasn't just an arbitrary number. It really was taking that feedback from all the stakeholders and trying to make sure that we are including that. It also helps for things like behavior and making sure we have enough classes to spread students out for behavior, stay away agreements, and other needs to make sure that we're looking at that. It also, we have found on campuses that are getting smaller, it's really making sure we have clubs and programs available for students. If you don't have enough teachers, you don't have enough sponsors to provide those clubs, and you don't have enough kids available to make a full club or make a full program. And so that 60%, it tended to meet that standard for all of that feedback. You will see as we go through here as well, there are some campuses that are right at or just below the 60% based on just the PASA number, but it's not on the chart because they have other programs already on their campuses. So for example, Reed is a home campus for our dual language program, but they're not on our chart because they're not really below 60% when you include the other programs that are on their campuses. So if you look at some of the draft examples we're going to show you on the slides, I just wanted to point out that some of those campuses that host other programs weren't included on those charts. So this is just a snippet of some of the data we looked at. You'll see it's very small font, and in fact, that's just literally one snippet of about 50 spreadsheets we looked at, and that is only about 8 columns of about 50 columns of one of the tabs. And so we looked at many, many data points. When we look at enrollment, we don't look at just one number. We looked at by grade level. We looked at by programs. We looked at staffing, by admin, by budget, by department, by special programs. We broke down facilities by size, by when is it up for modernization. We looked at so many digging into it. And so we really had to collect and review so many different data points for each campus. And so it was a lot of collection. We had data files on every campus, including pictures and parking and playgrounds and all of that to make sure we were looking at the big picture and really digging into it. But then we were like, what do we do with this now that we've collected it all? And so again, looking at that process, we started going back to that matrix idea. And so we went back to those factors. And so we wanted to make sure we identified those factors and we're utilizing it in a thoughtful way. And so we created a ranking system for the factors that we could rank, right? Not everything can be ranked. We're not going to rank certain things, but there are things that could be ranked as far as percentages go, some of those things are more applicable. And so we created a color coding system that was thanks to one of our students on the committee. We love having student voice on our committee. Shout out to Cordelia, who couldn't be here this evening because she's involved in a student activity. But she came up with the great idea of doing light blue for the lower numbers and darker blue so that we could visually see the idea of which ones were rising to the top for the most potential for maybe being optimized when we were looking at those. Again, like I said, there are additional factors that aren't as easily ranked, but we still looked at all of those when we looked at future steps in the process. So here's our color coding chart. Again, this is just a draft, just a snippet of one of the scenarios we looked at. So this is our step where we're utilizing the data to rank, and you'll see that if you look really small under the font, under like the dark navy blue, there's a number there where the rank is. And so the darker the color, it's ranked more like a 1 because that is a higher ranking, a better utilization for potential optimization. And so this is us utilizing the data to try to rank it and see which one might be a better use. This chart would work for any potential data for this year's data as well, but this is just a draft of our work from last year.
Okay, so then we came to another stopping point because we had a bunch of data and we needed to figure out a way to make use of this data. We started talking about optimization and we went down the rabbit hole of all the things we could do. And so we started to think, what were some of the needs that the district might have, identified maybe by the bond oversight, long-range planning, some innovative academies coming out. And so we started kind of dreaming up our own things, and then we started to think about what are some examples. Let's just think of things that we already know. Like we need possibly a New Hope High School or another location for Leo or an early childhood center. And so that kind of helped guide our work to play with the tool. And so what we wanted to show you is just how the tool works. That was really our goal, is to make something that we could use last year, we can use this year, we can use 10 years hopefully from now, because it was a lot of work, but we thought it was important to think through that. So we started with these 3 things, and go on to the next slide. Once we determined those ideas, we created yet another tool. So as you have the color coding sheet and you see the schools that are best optimized, now we need to take those sheets and think about what's the project that's taking place. So for example, we would come together, we would bring the facilities sheet and we would determine, okay, what campus would fit these needs. And we did list some campuses. Those were the campuses at the time that fell in the darkest color of blue. We would come together and we started ranking them, and we were just going kind of like off of gut at first, and we knew that didn't feel right. So we said, hey, we really need to bring in some key constituents, some people who are involved in that department. For example, let's call on the principal at New Hope High School. Let's call on the principal of Leo, and let's talk to them about if they had a new facility, what would they want and what would they dream for that facility to look like. After we did that, we learned a lot ourselves in that meeting, and we really thought, when you use this tool, it's always important to have the key players at the table. And so just for your future use as we look at this, we need to bring those people because they really bring a lot of enlightenment into what a building would need. We then took that tool, we asked them to give us some of the major determinants or things that they would need in a building, and we then needed more detail because we needed to understand why that was important to the facility. So you can see in one of the columns, it talks about the requirement or the need of that building. But on the other side, we really wanted to know why, and why would that be important to consider. And then how important was that? So the second column talks about priority. And We picked one key determinant that was really important, and a lot of times that fell around location for some of these specific examples. And so we started with the first project, and you can only see one here, but this was the Early Childhood Center. Aaron Garner was there with us, and we went around the table. It was our subcommittee, Aaron, Jimmy, as many people there as we could, and we started to read through what the requirement was, and then we had maps like we talked about, and we were looking at the campus aerial view, the parking lot, the building itself, and then we would rank that based on a color on how well that could be provided by that specific facility. You can see we talked through so many different, and this page is very lengthy. It's probably 4 pages long just for the pre-K center. After we ranked each campus, we decided, okay, if we could look through these, which would be the best campus for that project? Because the conversation came up, if we are being fiscally responsible and considering using these facilities to optimize them in a different way, we would want to make sure we're careful on the decisions that we make, because we know there's communities and everyone loves that school. So we wanted to make sure we wouldn't take one campus, make it a Leo center, when really we could have done better to make that a pre-K center. So we thought it was important to bring multiple scenarios to the table at the same time so we could make sure that we were putting the right optimization in that specific building.
All right, we're good. All right, so from all of those wonderful tools came out different scenarios. And so what we're going to talk about through these next couple of slides was based off of all the feedback, all the tools, all the findings, results, if we want to call it that. They came up with multiple different scenarios as part of the group. So the first one would be optimizing 2 elementary schools. It was identified through Fabian and Amin that would be the first one we looked at with that. So through that, we looked at the other 4 bullet points talking about the early childhood at Halsey. Fabian could possibly be a New Hope and a Leo, and then Nauman, which these have been conversations that have been a part of the process through all those things. And as they've talked about, our folks came in from these different areas and also spoke to the committee about those specific needs and how this could and could not fit in. With this, I want to make sure we give a big shout out to Marty O'Neill, who spent time and time and time underneath each of these as we go through these different scenarios. There's a draft map, there's a draft pre-K map, there are enrollment projections that went with each and every one of these scenarios. There is a map also for if elementary school 31, 32, and 33, and how that would change that or maybe mold that into a different process and where that would look at. So all those were attachments within there. We're not going to spend all that time because we're already at 94 slides for tonight. So we're going to keep moving, but just wanted to give you some of the background and the amount of time that these ladies, Clint and several other folks spent, Matt Bench and Marty spent on just working through this process to really go, okay, do the tools work? Because if we go back to what the charge was for this fall, is do the tools work? And that's why we continue to show you what we're showing you. So if you go on to scenario 2, we looked at 2 elementary schools and then paired it Fabian and Giddens with this. Once again, same kind of parameters, same looking at whether we did it with 2 elementary schools and what that would do. If we did all 3 elementary schools, and what would that would do too. Scenario 3, this would be 3 elementary schools. So Fabian, Giddens, and Nauman, same bullet points up top, but that was putting those different groups that Brittany talked about and came in at those different areas, and what would that then do to the enrollment with an elementary school 31 and a 33, and then the 3 at the bottom too. So all that data was collected there. Go ahead. And so through that was kind of the first steps. And then as a group, and I was there at that subcommittee meeting, it was said, I don't remember by who, but it was like, okay, so we're talking about Central, and we're talking about all these things and looking at all these different scenarios. I really feel like we need to talk about the South area too and see if these tools are going to work within that system also. And so that's where we talked about the southern area scenarios. So with that, some different parameters came up. We don't have any district project specs because it wouldn't do any good to put some of those things that we were looking at using the tools from down in the south on some of those things. Community members shared ideas for south campuses. So, I mean, it was an iteration of a whole bunch of, hey, we could do this, or what about this? And we'll kind of go through a few of those. We looked at the benefits and limitations of those scenarios because there are very specific things, like we just experienced with the gas leak. Prime example, if that happens and it shuts it down, what's that going to do to all of our traffic? So keeping all those things in mind. And then we looked at the precedents, for example, with 4 Points opening in 2010, and then the South went to Canyon Ridge Middle School. So if you go ahead. So the first scenario was looking at Grandview becoming a district building and a transportation facility, which we've got some of that already going. So as far as the transportation side within that area. Canyon Ridge and 4 Points would merge into one. Laura Bush would then be used as another facility, and then those students would then move through that. The reason I think, correct me if I'm wrong, the reason we have these listed out rather than through maps is because this was done right at the end of our committee work, right before the presentation. And so Marty didn't have time to go through what those maps would look like and be able to spread that out, so that's why it's listed out here and looks different in that formatting. And then 4 Points would be repurposed into an elementary for Grandview because that's being made. So as we talk about those different areas, go ahead. So scenario B was realign Vandergrift, and you can see what that looks like. So really, this is the one that got a lot of traction within the subcommittee because it specifically looked at doing things different in that area and would still allow a lot of those communities to stay together and then also continue to keep some of those campuses open, but looking at it differently. Specifically, I think this is the biggest change would be that 5th and 6th at Bush and having more of an intermediate. Our committee thought it was very important also to talk about how this could be tied into innovative academies, and that conversation came up because, once again, it's doing something a little bit different that we haven't done anywhere else in the district, and we felt like we had to do something much different in the South and just couldn't talk about repurposing. And then scenario C was talking about realigning the Canyon Ridge feeder pattern and looking at those different things because we'd focused a lot on the other ones around 4 Points, and then how that would trickle down and what could possibly come out of some of those repurposing scenarios. And then D, because there was a lot of different ones, and you can see there just talking about different staff offices, school of choice, and then professional learning and meeting spaces. So really the bottom line within the South was, okay, we can't just say, hey, let's work through an ECC or a New Hope. It doesn't make any sense to do a lot of those things. So how can we be creative as a committee to look at all the different possibilities within that? And then this was the chart. As you can see, it was then talked about within the committee, and kind of the results of that conversation was scenario B met the most needs within those. You can see how that impacted, and we wanted to be able to show the group for each of those individual schools, what would that look like, and where would those things be within that southern side of the district. And then we came up with those strengths, just as we were kind of talking about, of why this made the most sense, and went through all of those things to be able to talk about the positives within that. Really gained a lot of traction around the 5th and the 6th grade center, just because it was something new, something different, as you can see in that last bullet point, of ways that we could interact and be able to do things a little differently with that. And the continued strengths, once again, talking about those middle school, being close to those other students, some flexible space, and then really just maximizing, as we talked about, the structures that we already have there and minimize construction within that. So this was right there at the very end. Marty was able to, I think, help us put this together based off of all those different scenarios. And if you'll kind of note right there to the right, scenario B would fit best And that was we wanted to make sure that it was going to be long-term within the committee, and it wasn't just a short-term fix within that. So they did go ahead and look at those projected PASA numbers out over time to say that, yes, this is something that would be doable, even though these numbers may be high at the current rate. Okay.
Thank you, Christian. So that's where we've been. We've been a lot of places, and so again, it's a long journey, and so now we want to speak on just where you can go from here with what was presented, the tool, right, and it shows how we've showed how it can work. Next steps, Wendy. Next slide. Okay. This is what we know right now, that the facility optimization matrix and rubric tools, we can utilize them as a district. You can utilize them as a board to analyze and inform the board and district in making future facility decisions. And that's kind of how this all sums up, that there is a tool that's basically been developed that can be utilized for years to come to help us as a district navigate some of these future decisions. So with that, we'll open up to questions. Thank you for your patience.
First thing I want to clarify, because after this presentation was uploaded, lots of calls, lots of emails, lots of concern of, oh my gosh, I just heard we're going to close this school, or I just heard. And so I want the community to know that no decisions have been made, that the scenario B was something that was developed from the 2023
Yes, ma'am.
24 committee, right? And
At that time,
it
yes, ma'am.
wasn't voted out of the committee, the larger committee. Is that correct?
There's
Okay. And so I want the community to understand that we're looking at the matrix, and I mean, this is really impressive, valuable work, and I appreciate all the work that you have done on this matrix. And make sure the community knows that this is putting all of this data into this matrix and showing us the possibilities. It does not mean that we're doing this scenario or this scenario. I think that there's been a lot of, it's caused a little bit of angst for people, right, that in the community when they saw this, thinking like, oh my gosh, this is going to happen. I saw the presentation. So I do want to make sure that there's clarity around that. I had some questions about when we talked about the 60%, and some of the schools that were in there that are over 60%, but I guess why wouldn't that scenario work in the southern part? When you said like we couldn't use the matrix in the southern part, can you tell me more on why not?
So the matrix certainly could work for the southern part of the school district, but the projects, those 3 specific projects that were like at the top of mind that we ran through the scenario, when we asked those campus leaders, like, what do you want in a facility? All 3 projects, like the prime thing was we want a central location. And so we found ourselves like wanting to explore like what are the possibilities in the south, but none of those projects were the ones.
Thank you, that makes sense, thank you.
To piggyback off that though, like, because we have the Innovative Academy Subcommittee, right? And y'all really haven't like connected or talked. So that matrix could eventually be used with whatever Innovative Academy. So these scenarios here are just it is what it is, right? But that matrix could definitely well be used down there, so we could use it.
Yes, absolutely.
Okay, perfect.
As Brandon mentioned, like if we were to look at the south side to have an Innovative Academy, it could totally do that.
Okay, that's what I'm looking for.
Yes.
I also think when we talk about where we can go from here, I went back today and watched the September 19th meeting, right? And listened to, okay, here's the goal of our long range facility committee. We talked about it was a very aggressive timeline. We asked for a lot from, the beginning of the school year until December and having the January presentation. So thank y'all. I know those were intense meetings and a lot of work. I think that I'm excited about taking this to the next place of working with communities, and I think that this is a great tool, and I feel like, okay, this is at a point where now we can go and engage and have further discussions with the communities that are impacted specifically by each of the various scenarios.
And I got to see some of y'all's work. I didn't watch it all, but I know the time y'all spent in this. I think something I want to go back to is to make sure we're all clear on the same page. The facility optimization was looking at schools with lower enrollment. The discussion, y'all didn't go into the district innovation academies or what else. The main purpose was, when you have lower enrollment, what could this facility do? How do we optimize the facility? And so at that time, when y'all started developing the matrix and rubric, y'all were given 3 examples. It was 3 district facilities of what we want, but y'all didn't get the whole list. And that was one thing that I just want to make sure that the administration hears, is the committee was like, well, my goodness, this might look different if we had the list of all the district innovation academies that are out there, and if we had all the projects the school wants to do, like the police station, and there were other projects out there. But the point wasn't to have the committee do all that work. The point was to have the committee, from what I'm understanding, is to, y'all developed a matrix and a rubric. And that's why y'all stopped with the data. And so I also feel like before we go to the community, we've got to get something to the community quickly. I want to see administration now do the work. I mean, bring it back and tell us, okay, here's what we want to take out to the community. Because our south side of the district, yes, I also went back and looked at older meetings. I started with bonds, when we started talking about what kind of bonds we're doing and how we were going to develop them and what were the needs. Elementary 31, 32, the repurposing, our early learning center, Leo, New Hope. I mean, we had a bunch of beautiful things on here, but the discussions were just starting. And so now, it's time. We keep saying, hey, we've got to start doing this. We want to see things moving. I think when y'all did the research, what we saw was, when you fall below a certain threshold, teachers are telling us student learning environment's impacted, and you're also telling us that the teacher experience is impacted. So we've said the South, with that lower decline enrollment, needs to do something pronto. And so I hope that we can send this back to administration and let's get moving and see now with this work, what are next steps you are saying we need to do so we can get going.
I also think we need to think about the impacts of all the other pieces, right? When we've talked about open enrollment and other things, so factoring that in. So I think all of that data with that perception of, are we going to do open enrollment, taking that all back to administration and saying, okay, here's this matrix. If we do open enrollment, here's the numbers, give us some different options.
I think the other 2 conversations we're going to have are going to influence this.
First of all, I want to say thank you very much for this. This is very detailed. There's so much work in it. I mean, you could probably put 190 pages in it. There's so much to talk about. I'm going to throw something out there kind of crazy, because a friend pointed this out to me, another district who's having some interesting times. We're all having interesting times. You always will. Because we've grown so much. The original reason that Steiner Ranch isn't in Lakeway was because they wouldn't allow buses to cross the dam. That was the original reason. So kids in Steiner Ranch had to travel all the way to Cedar Park High School. And so where I'm going with this is that, and I might be sounding radical, but what if we split the district into 3 different districts? There's Steiner Ranch, they're on their own. You would have Vista Ridge and Cedar Park in the central, and then the north, you'd have Rouse, Leander High School, and Glenn. And each of them take 1/3 of our current debt. I mean, I know that sounds crazy, but then you really let the people in those districts areas figure out what they want to do with those buildings. We are 200 square miles. It's ginormous. It takes you an hour and a half to go from the northwest part of Ronald Reagan and Chris Falls Parkway down to the lake at River Place. So I don't know, just kind of throwing something out there. It's radical and crazy, I know, but I think if we're talking about everything and there's so many different plans that would affect so many different people, well, maybe that's one too.
I would just like to ask a clarifying question, because at the meeting in September, as a board, we spent a huge chunk of that conversation talking specifically about New Hope High School and Leo, and how it was the opinion of this board that we did not want those combined. When did the charges, I guess, for the committee change? Because most of the scenarios have those combined again.
Yes, so how I will answer that is I want to go back to what you saw tonight reflected that previous work that was from the 23 to 24. And so that wasn't revisited again, like Trish spoke of. We really focused on refining the tool over this last fall, given the time frame that we had. And so understanding and acknowledging the direction the board wanted for both Early College High School and Leo, it wasn't revisited by this subcommittee during this fall. So the scenarios you see that were combined were from that previous work. We haven't shown anything new that has been developed since we talked in September.
So none of the information in this current presentation is reflective of the charge that the board put out in September.
None of the work.
It was a pretty high priority. That's why I'm asking.
Yeah.
I didn't see it here.
If I can jump in, so I don't think we've ignored the charge of the board.
I'm not saying anybody ignored it. I'm just asking where it is.
It's still right here. What they've done an excellent job of, and what we asked them to do was find us a tool that we can now use as administration and board to use with new data to bring these recommendations back, so that the board can make these difficult decisions. So they've done an incredible job of really refining that and making sure, using the old data, that the tool works. And in that one slide, you really sold yourselves short with one slide with 4 words on it that just said, now take the tool and go do what you need to do with the data. And so I think that's where all of these new scenarios and what we need to do can go from. And so they've kind of teed us up with this great foundation of now launch with new
So
data.
then, can you give us an idea of what that's supposed to look like? Because again, in that previous meeting, we talked about the need to really get started because we're already behind on a lot of these projects. So what does that look like going forward for us to take that tool and really get moving on these projects?
And I've started to hear it come out already, is that board will say to administration, you have a fantastic tool, please go and bring the new data, put it in the tool, and bring us back some recommendations. And I'd love for the board to be as specific as to say, we want you to make recommendations on these things and do it by this time.
I do want to see, for facility optimization, we have other discussions coming up, so I'm only going to talk about this section. For facility optimization purposes, we talked originally about the South having that declining enrollment, and they were limited in what they could do based on what kept coming into the matrix because everybody wanted central. So I want to see from admin, using tools, using the other discussions, what is going to come forward. And then there were other campuses that were identified, and I would like administration to use new data, the new numbers, run it through the system, and tell us, are there other campuses that also need to fall into that facility optimization category so that we are all on the same board, same page?
Yes, ma'am.
So you mentioned initially that you were presenting some scenarios. Are these all the scenarios that went through the optimization subcommittee last year, or is just some of them?
So I think this wraps up all of them that we're aware of.
Okay.
So.
All right, and then you mentioned the PLC's too small is less than 3. And too big is negative. Do we have an example whether at each level of elementary, middle school? Well, I guess we're mostly elementary right now. What is too big?
So to clarify on the scenario question, we were, as a committee, we were specifically talking about Leo being central, New Hope being central. So those were the 3 projects that were brought to us. As Brittany mentioned, we also talked a lot about if there's multiple projects to look at, it would be nice to have all of those together because we want to make sure we pick the right facility at the same, so that we don't say this building's perfect for this and then a year later come back and say, oh, but we wish we would have put the police station there instead. So as Dr. Gearing just mentioned, if there are other projects or other items that we can put any projects through those. So we looked at those specific projects, but we did look at other scenarios as well. Those were the top 3 that were shared with the committee in June. So to answer your question, Francesca, those were the 3 that were shared with the committee in June. So that's why we shared those again today. So no, we did not run new data since June, so that's why they were reshared today.
And I just wanted to clarify on that. The Leo and New Hope, we were not combining them. We had a long conversation about, in terms of like the innovation and to rebrand as Leander's alternate, like turn it and make it a positive thing and not to say, hey, they're together. They would just, it would maximize, it would be fiscally responsible because they would have one library, one cafeteria. They would still badge, I don't know all the details of how those programs work, but they would badge in and out. So I just want to clarify that we never, and I know it came out combining, but we weren't ever suggesting that they be combined in one program, just to clarify.
Sorry, I'll quickly throw some things out there. So looking at the matrix, did you look at the current transportation scenario, matrix and applying it to some scenarios, looking at the current transportation situation and the impact, the future impact, to see how much disruption was there? Because in some case, I can see where more kids than currently or than attend the school are being disrupted. And so seeing whether, so that's just a thought that I had. Giddens being a Title I school, is there an impact with that? Does that affect the matrix? And let me see. Well, there are other things. I'll let others talk for now.
So I can just answer real quick. Yes, transportation was looked at with those sub-tabs in each of those slides. It shows the different maps. And then obviously that net zone would be impacted, and then transportation being provided, as we talk about hazardous routes and everything else. So we didn't get down to the per student and within that net zone, but looked at how that impacted the community and what we were be able to provide and what we wouldn't. That's the reason we kind of continued to talk about how it was more central, and that was the biggest things that continued to come up, and how South still needed to be looked at. Back to Tricia's point, ultimately, all those things kind of dominoed into a factor, just as the committee shared.
We did also look at, to answer your question, the equity data of Title I campuses, where that would be distributed, how it affects special programs, to make sure what those percentages would be on campuses. All of the subpopulations were looked at, every single campus, how that would be redistributed. So we looked at that, at how it was on each current campus and how that would affect the campuses around it, and making sure students would still be within a neighborhood school.
And also to add, it has, on that initial matrix, it also has a column that identifies which schools are adjacent or within a certain distance from each campus that's being looked at for optimization.
So I have a question. It's in regards to how you utilize the tool. Because I'm going to be honest, when I saw the different scenarios, I was not happy because we have a process for rezoning. We have a process for a lot of these things. So my question is when I started looking at this, right, and we're going with the 60%, right, below capacity, when I look at the data that you guys had to run that matrix, Giddens is at 72%, and Giddens is also a pre-K hub. So I'm trying, and then when I look at Grandview Hills is at 78%. So I'm thinking about the tool, right? And the scenarios that you presented. You presented 2 different schools with over 60% of enrollment. So I'm trying to understand how are we going to utilize this tool and make sure that we really are using those schools that are actually at under capacity and not just for someone's, gain or what they want or idea. Like, I need to make sure that this tool is going to be used in the way it's going to, and we're really going to utilize those under-enrolled schools and not those schools that, like Grandview, 78%. Like, what you look at the data and it's the data that y'all worked with, and that population goes up. So I'm just trying to understand, when you use that tool, when we task you to go look at these, like, why? Like, is there another factor besides the 60% above that could make it there?
I'm going to just say on the Grandview, that was a separate scenario to say, hey, let's look at all. Grandview was not identified on the matrix as below 60%. The reason we looked at that for the South was more of what are all of the possibilities in the South. That was never on the matrix that identified the top schools. That was just a separate, if we're trying to optimize this area, how do we make something happen? And you'll note that the results actually said leave Grandview as is and not to touch it.
I guess, in regards to that, if we're going to look at it that in time, in that aspect, then, we've got Nauman right next to Cedar Park Middle School. Can we not, have that same idea and, what we're trying to achieve in the South? Why can't we apply that same idea to the other section, the midsection of our district? Because let's be honest, majority of our under-enrolled schools are in Cedar Park. And we've got to acknowledge that here. And so that's where I'm trying to understand. We put together this great matrix, but then on one hand, we're doing the separate section for a complete side of the district. So my mind is thinking, we want to talk about equity and access and what's best for each and every student. Well, then are we going to use the matrix for one section of the district and not the other? Like, I'm trying to understand here, because in my mind, we all presented 2 different things, and it's not fair at all. It's not. And so that's what I'm just trying to understand when we go forward here. Is that matrix going to be put together, or are we going to see another sub-idea of what's going to happen in the South Side? And because if we're going to go down that direction, I want that same applied to the entire part of the district.
I think the committee did do that. I think the challenge was the projects that administration brought to the committee were all projects they wanted to be in the central. And the committee didn't, I don't want to fault the committee as a board for not doing more data and coming up with definite hardcore recommendations, because they're not administration. I didn't want them to do that, and y'all didn't want them to do that. The point was the committee to develop a tool that gave us a matrix and a rubric. And the matrix and the rubric was supposed to develop, when you get a certain campus underutilized at a certain level, what kind of things could that campus be used for? And if I remember the data that y'all had, y'all looked at data from Marty. And so the campuses that are on this tool are developed from our district administration based on the under-enrollment. We say under-enrollment, I'm just going to say it was in that facility optimization number. And so we still need, which is the point, we need administration to run back these numbers now to make sure, because of course it's not supposed to be you pick this campus or that campus. It was all supposed to give us a number, and I think the committee did an outstanding job of really making sure they focused and tried to run it through a couple of scenarios to make sure the tool could work. Jerry, can you help me understand? Because one of the first things I talked to you is I said, hey, surprise, you got long-range planning committee. How excited are you? And you talked to me about the tool. So can you tell me from administration's point, what do you think about this tool? Is it something that only works for part of a district? I thought it worked for all. Can you just clarify?
Yeah, I believe there's, to some extent, the Southern was an exploration, right? And just looking at different parameters, not necessarily aligned exactly with the matrix. But that's not to say that the matrix cannot be utilized for the same conversations. There wasn't enough time at that point to run them through the matrix. I do believe that the matrix is a valuable tool. And that's just me coming in pretty recently to seeing it's pretty powerful what a committee can do to develop a tool that administration can actually utilize in order to educate the decisions that we make, and we can use data-informed decisions. And so I believe the tool is very valuable. But I would also like, once we have these projects, run them through the tool, see what the outcome is, and see, is there anything else that may influence that decision? The board may have other thoughts outside of what results come out of a rubric. And so that would be an opportunity we'd have that discussion, but we could at least run those scenarios and put them in front of you, and you may identify some other influence outside of what is considered there, but at least you have something to lean on with statistics behind it.
And that's what I'm looking for, basically.
Yeah.
Like, yes, we did task the committee to go put together this matrix. The matrix is great, but I was not under the assumption that we were going to go create different scenarios, not with the matrix. Because yes, we do have other situations to, solve, but that's not the only part of the district we got to solve. And so I'm just saying, if we're going to do one-offs, let's make sure we're doing one-offs for the entire district, or let's follow the matrix that this committee put together. Let's do that.
Well, and I think the committee was somewhat limited, and I rightfully think administration was limited because we didn't want them to go too far beyond their charter to try to think of now what District of Innovation might do and how that would work in the it was too much. It was, y'all had bitten off a very large chunk developing a matrix and a rubric. And so the district only gave, from what I understand, the project specifications for New Hope, Leo, early learning. So there's only specific projects. And the committee over and over again said, hey, this is limited. Can we get all the projects? If we can get all the projects and we can get all the data, we can run it through this. But the board had said, no, don't, because we need administration to do this now. This is going to frustrate the ever-living daylights out of a committee if we ask them to go do all these scenarios. That's not the committee. The committee developed a model and a rubric and a matrix we can use. But yes, to your point, and yes, to the board's point, what now are we going to do? Because now we're going to have the District of Innovation conversation, and we need to talk about what projects need to be run through so the district and men can look at it all, bring to us the scenarios, and we can get moving, because we've got to get moving. And then as soon as we, I guess, give the okay, then it goes to the community. I'd like to find out also with board how they see those next steps moving.
I guess my concern when I'm looking at this, yes, there wasn't time to do all of that, but there's a lot of slides here about scenario B. We have a lot of slides about scenario B, and scenario B is not in the matrix, right? Because there's schools in here that are not optimized and they are definitely below that enrollment level. And so when Anna's saying we did the matrix here, but then we said, oh, we're not going to do the matrix in Steiner Ranch, and we did develop a full-blown scenario around this, and we have quite a few slides about that scenario. I think that's the part that was concerning to the community when the community saw and was just like, hey, I see this scenario B. It looks like this is what the district's moving forward with. And so that's why I was like, I think the tool is great. I'd love to put the South through that tool. Right. And, we have 3 elementary schools in Steiner Ranch. Let's look at their numbers. Let's look at where they fall according to this matrix and align it, accordingly. But I think, like you said, more importantly, right now it's putting this information along with all the other pieces that we need to look at, right? And really, this is where we need admin to put together all of these pieces and bring us those scenarios. I know it's a lot of information, but we have a really robust tool right here. I'd love to put new data in it, but also adding the element from the other 2 conversations that we still need to have tonight, and I want to make sure that we give ourselves time for those discussions as well. But Sade?
Yeah, I just have a quick comment. So for this year, are they working on the current PASA data, applying it to some of these, the matrix from last year?
Admin does it.
Okay, admin will do that. Okay. And so just looking at scenario B, going back to a comment that I made before, the transportation impact, was that looked at here? Because when I look at the projections for the 3 elementary schools, it seems pretty disruptive to the 2 that are being moved around. But the other question is the 6th grade, 7th grade, 8th grade. We currently have our middle schools like that, and even though they might not have UIL competitions in a certain way, but at least they have the fine arts that are built around that development. And so splitting it up into 2 schools, we're going to have band directors going from one instruments I mean, has that been run through our fine arts?
We've talked about a few of those scenarios, and I also want to bring up when we did present just the ideas, because we wanted to, like Trish says, walk and chew gum and try to solve multiple things. There was a lot of positive feedback from the general committee saying, oh, this could be a cool thing that works throughout the district. So people from the central part of the district did actually like the concept. So I just want to say that. And then obviously there's kinks to work out. I always hear we want to be innovative, we want to do things differently. And so we just thought that would be something worth exploring. If the board doesn't want to explore that, it's certainly your choice. But the feedback from other parts of the district was also that they might like that too, because 6th grade isn't very integrated with 7th and 8th, and then from a social emotion. So we just explored it. You'll take it as you want. We were trying to be a little more proactive and go above and beyond to say, hey, there may not be projects here, and that's fine, but going back to the teacher feedback, there's still issues, so y'all should still probably work to solve the problems, not in the South, but in all of the areas that are impacted, and there may not be a project, so how can we think differently? So that's the reason that we did that, and I think that it was a good exercise for us to do.
I would like to say that as I remember some of those conversations developing, what happened was the models that kept coming before the committee to do the matrix and the rubric kept being about things that needed central. And so central was the projects for facility optimization. But we also identified as a board, as a district, that we knew enrollment was declining in the South. And so there became this other facility optimization discussion. It's like, okay, how do we admit, like we say, we still know this is an issue too? And I think that's what the committee's doing, is based on the limited information y'all had, y'all gave us this. And I'm fine if administration says, oh yeah, we want to explore these for if they're similar. Y'all can explore those, but District of Innovation, we had not had their discussion. And so I also want to see what some Districts of Innovation says and ask admin to explore some of these scenarios if you think they work. And then I want to explore the District of Innovation, and I would like administration to come back and bring us rather quickly, kind of once you run this through, what are the things that we need for our facilities that are identified as optimized need, and for including those that are in the South, that are in the Cedar Park, in the areas, right? Am I missing something on, does that make sense with what we've talked about? Okay.
And I just wanted to add, well, the requests keep coming for central. Are we actually making sure that it really needs to be central? Because maybe people are just defaulting to that, because if it really can be put somewhere else, I think that we shouldn't just, we should really have that dialogue as to why it really needs to be central.
That's a great question. And so when we were brought those projects and we were doing the spec sheets that Brittany described earlier with the red, green, and yellow, and we were meeting with the principals and those involved, that was one of the top priorities. So it wasn't the only requirement, but it was one of the items that was rising to the top. So you'll notice on slide 35, I believe it is, with the blue color coding matrix that I described earlier, River Ridge kept popping to the top as a dark blue. And that's really where our conversation started for the South side. If River Ridge is popping up there, we can't ignore the South. And so that's why those scenarios for the South started, that conversation started. So it wasn't that we weren't running the South schools through the matrix. They were on the matrix because they were rising to the top. They just weren't rising to the top as meeting that central check mark for the projects that were being brought to us. So it wasn't that we were trying to create a whole different way for the South. It was they were on the matrix. They were rising to the top in dark blue. And so those were driving those conversations, and that's why it looks different. So in June, when we started the slides, we did have time to run data on that one slide of scenario B, and Marty didn't have time to run the data on all the rest. But you'll see that it did go through the initial steps of the matrix. They're on there in the blue. They were going through the process. We just didn't get to finish some of those other data slides at the end because the summer hit us. So.
Some of the central went back to that idea of transportation you had talked about earlier, especially for like the pre-K facility and where that needed to be located. We don't want to have pre-K students on a bus for a significant amount of time. So when we talk about central, it was really driven back to all of those things that we discussed on that rubric, which is why it felt a little icky that it kept falling in the central when we knew there's multiple places around the district that are under enrolled. And so we didn't want to ignore the southern part just because everything was falling in. But it came back to transportation for several of those projects.
Well, I just want to thank y'all. I know this is a huge task and we're asking a lot of hard questions. I think we're still deliberating and trying to process all of it. Before, I know you've asked for a lot of clarity from the board, but I think that we really need to hear the other pieces of this presentation because they're all going to lean on each other. And so unless anyone has any other pressing questions that we need to ask of this group, I'd like to move us to open enrollment.
I do have one last question for them, and hopefully that will wrap this up too and move us on. So as the creators of both the matrix and the rubric that go with it, because there's two parts to this, and hence the experts in this because you've spent an inordinate amount of time working inside there and seeing how it works and how it doesn't work. And knowing what I'm hearing now, which is that the administration is now going to be tasked to take your work and work with new data, with all the scenarios that we have and produce recommendations for the board. How confident are you that I can take any campus that may meet matrix requirements for repurposing or optimization, and then take any scenario for Innovative Academy and marry those two things together? Because I think that's the purpose of the work that you've created. So how confident are you that I can go ahead and get that done now?
I think we're all pretty confident. The only caveat I would say, and we learned this through multiple iterations of things, is that whoever is kind of in charge of that project, if you will, really needs to have real good clarity on what it is and what the requirements of that project are. Because if it's vague, then the tool will not work properly.
Thank you so much. I really appreciate your work.
Yes, I agree. And having multiple voices at the table, because when we were looking at the red, green, yellow, and those kind of things, having different points of view, sometimes we would have a community member versus a parent versus a student chime in and go, but what about this when looking at the data charts or looking at the file on the school? Gives a different perspective. So truly having our entire subcommittee, it's not just the four of us, or five, however many of us are sitting here. There's a whole subcommittee of people who couldn't be here as well, and I want to give a shout out to their work as well, our students and parents and staff who are part of this, because it has been a year-plus journey. And so we've been around a table of 20-plus people, and having a voice of those people, the principals who have come along the way with us, Leo, New Hope, Early Childhood Center. And so having all those people at the table really helps the process make sure that we are giving a full look at it. As I said earlier, it's not one data point, right? We got to look at a big picture, and that really makes the process thorough and checks all the boxes.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
One last comment. So does that mean that the recommendation will go to will the subcommittee get to vote on? Okay, or big committee, no voting at all?
Right now, like what we had talked about in September this was a presentation of long-range plan, and this would be like the culmination of long-range planning committee. And from this point, it goes to admin. And what Trish talked about next is admin is giving us back scenarios that then have to go into those different communities. And we need to have that conversation of what you said, what that looks like. We've talked about different things where, we had the conversation once about it being site-based, but site-based is kind of too narrow almost, because site-based is one school, and some of these things are going to impact, and it's more like a feeder, right? Or it's a community committee that looks at it. It can't just be a site-based, right? It can't be site-based at Grandview looking at this. It's going to have to be all of the schools that feed into there. And so I think it's admin looking at giving us scenarios, bringing that back to the board for discussion, and then getting that to committee to talk through and give us more. But I think we have to have a lot more conversation about what the board wants that to look like and what we expect that timeline to be.
We're doing that tonight, right?
If we can. So, but I think we need to hear, yes, I definitely think from tonight, we should be able to give administration some more direction, but I think it's important that we hear the other subcommittees' updates because they all kind of feed into the ultimate decision. So, thank you.
And can I say thank y'all? I saw them, they would get stuff and they would struggle and they'd be like, oh my goodness, we don't have all the data, all the information, all the projects, and you'd keep pulling yourself back. Y'all dealt with a lot of frustration and y'all still developed an amazing matrix rubric tool for us to look at and take to the next level. That was a lot of work and time. Thank y'all for doing that, so appreciate it.
Yeah, thank you very much. Really well done. Thanks.
All right, our open enrollment committee, subcommittee.
We appreciate Mike being here with us at the table. Again. Okay, let's advance that slide because we're going to move on to presentation number 2 of 3. So we're transitioning into the open enrollment subcommittee. Again, one of those 3 focus areas that came out of that September meeting. And so we gave you a touch point, though, a couple months ago. And so we took that information, deciphered it, went back to the subcommittee. And so you're going to see some of that new information come before you tonight. I do promise that it's not as many slides as the last one, but it doesn't mean it's not as important. It's a great subject to discuss as a district. I do want to acknowledge our group here that we have at the table. We have Mel Maples here, Executive Director, Office of Educational Access. Mike Howard, that we all met way earlier in the evening, Director of Music and Performing Arts. Christina Hardy's down there, Chief of Communications, and then also our administrative sponsor, Dwayne Street, Chief of the Office of Educational Access. And so again, I told you, I got a lot of supporters and team members to go through these presentations. So the 3 bullet points that we're going to talk about in open enrollment. We're going to provide the board with a greater understanding of the implications of open enrollment in LISD. It's a complicated subject, and a lot of districts are exploring this right now. We're going to tell you how that could impact Leander ISD. And then present research and data-driven insights to inform decision-making, and then compare those potential scenarios for increasing enrollment while maintaining district's commitment to quality education. We don't want to sacrifice that quality of education for open enrollment.
Work the committee's done since our last time that we met just before Thanksgiving was to research comparable districts. We took time to review and recap our LISD Board of Trustees update and presentation with the subcommittee when we met again just before the break. We wanted to inform, we shared additional details and insights gathered. Mel took time to very thoroughly go through a lot of that information that she gathered from comparable districts and from discussions she had with other districts. We took time to collaborate about generating ideas and action steps, and we obviously everybody took time at the end of that meeting to present shared outcomes with the whole long-range planning committee. So that's kind of what that last experience with our subcommittee and what it looked like.
Okay, I'm going to cover this spreadsheet that you see in front of me, because when we talk about comparable districts, you may be thinking one thing, but what lands in front of you today is comparable districts for open enrollment purposes, looking at regional comparable districts. And I know some of these, they're small districts, and some of them are large districts, but they're in our region that we're really competing
with. We can pull a district from the Houston area or the DFW area, and guess what? It's going to be different. And so we wanted to really run a spreadsheet and compare from district to district in this region. You'll see Leander ISD just at that blue. Working from left to right, all of this data is from 2020, 23, 24, snapshot from TEA. So all that enrollment is from last year's snapshot. Down to number of campuses, percent of eco-dis, and students with special needs and emergent bilingual. One thing that you'll see that on one of these monitors, you'll see the pink. I can't see it in front of me, but that denotes the time that district implemented out-of-district transfers. And again, for a long time, most districts allowed out-of-district transfers for staff members. That's why some of these numbers you'll see there's actually transfers before the red boxes. But we also want to look at, before that policy was enacted, what was the average annual increase? And you'll see some of those. Aldine and Eanes, they implemented their system, their programs long before 2020 and 2021. That's why we don't have that data set there. But you can focus on the after they enacted that policy. You'll see that from Austin ISD of 169 on average that they gain per year, Round Rock's at 195, but then Pflugerville is 45, Aldine 44, and then Eanes ISD at 45. And so this is just a comparison. Last time we told you it was an average of 50, 51 or something like that. And it's like, thanks, but I need more data. This is that more data. There's a high and then there's a low, and that creates an average. Now you can see the highs and the lows contained in that data. But on the far right, as a percent of enrollment, this is probably where we can look closely to see where we land and where we could land. Looking at the percentage of enrollment. We're currently at 0.71% of current enrollment. That's how many out-of-district transfers we have, and those are staff member kiddos. And then you looked at Austin at 3.5, and then you notice Eanes is at 9.4. 9.4% of their enrollment is out-of-district transfers. And so you can see where would we be, maybe in the 1.5, right? So you start looking at what possibilities we may have. This is, though, after they've enacted the policy. Some of them have had the policy for 5, 6, 7, 8 years, some of them for 2 years. But this is that after as a percentage, total transfers as a percentage of their enrollment. So it would take time to grow that percentage. And on the far right, that's transfers out. And so we talk about how many transfers some districts may be receiving into their district, but we also have to look at some of them are going out. And some of those are going out even to our district. Some of those students in Austin ISD are attending Leander ISD. Some of those in Eanes ISD are attending Leander ISD. And so what we wanted to do is put in front of you comparable districts with all the data, the ins and the outs and the percentages and everything else to know where we are and where we could go. So there is opportunity here is what we're trying to say, but it may take some time to get there to match some of these comparable districts.
I'm sorry, when you're talking about open enrollment in these districts that are doing it, so we can see after the policies have been enacted, is the policy open district-wide? Like Eanes has one high school campus, so of course it would be, district-wide. But when I'm thinking about like Round Rock, Austin, so is district-wide or limited?
So it's going to be advertised, right, as district, but they're going to have controls within their policies to allow them to manage enrollment because it's open, but that campus may not be. It's very similar to how we manage our in-district transfers and moratoriums and things like that. So it'd be similar. So in concept, yes, but there's a lot of controls that these districts put into place to manage some of that. And this data, this is from that PASA ran a mini assessment of some of these districts. So this is kind of the structure and some of the data that they developed.
So I just want to clarify, I know when you mentioned that last time we talked about an average of 59, but that was districts of different sizes. And so looking at these numbers here with Round Rock, which is just about 10% larger than we are, and they have a 195 increase, and that's in the last 2 years.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
mm-hmm.
Okay, all right, thanks.
Yeah, you'll see they made a pretty significant jump in that initial year from 2251 to 2479. or sorry, that was Austin. Austin made a big jump when they implemented there. So you're going to see a jump, but from Round Rock from 522 to 717. So that's a significant jump.
Good evening, everyone. One of the other things that came out of our touch point meeting was a request or a discussion a lot about cost and weighing out those opportunity costs, and you wanted both but separate. So that's what we're bringing you. It's a little bit because just as a reminder, at the touch point in November, there was some discussion about if you were to identify a campus that had was under enrolled and would be available for open enrollment, there's maybe a threshold in which that you could bring on more students without a cost. And then we also discussed that the subcommittee also emphasized a lot about the logistics and the operational and getting that up and running. So what this does, it doesn't give specifics because you can imagine the amount of scenarios that you would be running and different ways that you could apply it. But what this does is give you an idea, and it is based upon some educated idea. We'll just put it that way. But it is an estimate, and I want to make sure I emphasize that. We utilize, for our purposes here, 100. And the reason is because that came up at the touch point of when Round Rock adopted their policy, they ended up electing to cap at 100 that first year. So we thought for math reasons and as a model to start from, it would give us a good idea. And so what you see here is the implementation cost. So this would be what could it cost for us to go down that path. So it would be an estimated of $60,000 for a full-time employee, equivalent of that. A lot of the districts that have open enrollment have a dedicated department or someone who does that. So we put that here. Now, depending upon what that need might be, if we were to go down that road and explore that need, we just wanted to make sure that we at least provided an idea of what that rough estimate would be for one employee. It may be determined there needs to be more, maybe not sure yet, but you can see where those could build out different scenarios. We would have a transfer application processing software or program to manage the workflow and paperwork. That could be a program that's developed in-house. It could be a program that is already in place. I know Jeremy has experience in Eanes where it processes those because you can see when you have that many applicants that are in accepted transfers as open enrollment, they can get up to 2,000, 3,000 applications within that year. Generated funds from open enrollment uses just that basic student allotment. And for math purposes, again, we attach that 100 student there, so that way people can get an idea of the math. If you had 200 students, you could do the math there. Out-of-district transfer processing fee. At the touch point, there was discussion about how we explored application fees or tuition. There were some districts, and we know of one in the state that has quite a hefty tuition for open enrollment. Their conditions and their geographic location, I wouldn't say would necessarily be a comparison there. There are some conditions about that we know that does impact where the larger numbers might be and what that might look like. When I did some research on tuition, what I found was a lot of those were narrowed to after-school enrichment programs or childcare programs for tuition. It wasn't attached to the open enrollment. It was attached to a program that they were having that I could find. Now, I know that there was some research that the board had done at that touch point, and I would be very open to hearing about what that, if I'm missing that, but when I looked into it, it was very specific to that. That was the mention. But there is a range of application fee. So when I worked with the subcommittee at that December meeting, one of the things that we threw out there was any application fees that we might look at and explore, we would want to offset. Going back to the point, I think maybe it was Gloria that had mentioned at the touch point, we wouldn't want to, make a ton of money and make a profit on it, but maybe it could offset that cost. So that's why we set that, and that's why you see that. We would establish that application fee to help offset that cost for whatever processing. If you run 100 students, just for math's sake, you factor in these things, you can see at the bottom, estimated net revenue potential would be $400,000. Hopefully that answers the question, both questions, but separately, but also it gives a kind of an educated idea. So the other request that came was reaching out to some of those comparative districts to learn a little bit of insight from them about their experience with open enrollment. So I was able to spend some time, about an hour or so, with the actual person who does that work in that district. This is what I learned that I thought we would definitely want to bring forward to the board. Have lots more notes, depending on the board's direction here, about lessons that can be learned. The cost analysis and generated revenue. So I tried to categorize what I was capturing, both what the board brought forward and combine it with what the subcommittee had identified from our touch point that I discussed, some of those major factors and considerations they thought were going to be priorities. So they established an Office of Student Transfers, and in my research of other districts, I found something very similar, either an office or a dedicated person or persons. Austin ISD does it a little bit different. It's not, they do have some point people, but depending upon what they're looking at, because they kind of have different avenues maybe that you could say you could take with this of open enrollment, there's different point people with that. They do not charge an application fee in this specific district or tuition fee. They did increase in enrollment, because I asked them what kind of, did you generate revenue? They said they did increase enrollment, which does have increased student allotment. They also said they've seen a larger number of transfer outs. And so what total net revenue was or gained revenue over the 4 years, that math, like she didn't have that math in her role. Infrastructure investments, they utilize a transfer processing software that they spent, someone internally spent some time and developed it. So it does help with that workflow. Alignment of district systems and decision-making matrix was also developed prior to any implementation. And they standardized and aligned communication templates to address recurring needs. There was some discussion that some of this they learned after they had already kind of went online with it, and the experience of the transfer for that was not as positive initially, and that was something that they had learned. They also had a very, their marketing campaign and communication plan, they utilize home access and Let's Talk quite a bit in terms of how they navigate those communications in the process of applying for the open enrollment and then hearing. One of the things that they said that was difficult with home access was obviously if you've been enrolled in a public school and you go to another public school, it's easier to track some of that and get that information. It's a little bit harder when you don't. The other information is that they ended up deciding, I think maybe a learned lesson a little bit later, that it's best to establish only one transfer request window. And the majority of the open enrollment transfer applications that they are processing is for their pre-K 3 program. The majority of the spaces that they had were at their high school, the high school level. They average, this was some just interesting information, they have a dedicated staff members that supports the processing of applications, and they also have a very specific process in how they handle various things that can come up with open enrollment and decision making. They average 50 phone calls per day regarding transfers every day of the school year. Which is why they have a dedicated, because I wanted to inquire about, tell me a little bit about what predicated the idea of having that office. Didn't go forward.
Sorry, quick question. Is the 50 calls, is that interest or questions about the students or what?
All of the above. All of the above. The other thing they said is that they, the open enrollment is for campus, not for program. Because I did ask a little bit of what do we find if, for instance, they want to come into, you find out later, they've applied, and you find out later they might have an interest in a program, kind of speaking to, I think what Francesca was talking about at the touch point, or other concerns, and they said you by campus. And so we don't necessarily revoke the transfer, but we tell them we are happy to accept this under an open enrollment, but it won't be at this campus because that program is not available. And that sometimes, unfortunately, because of geographic location is a big driver of open enrollment, we know that that's going to be an impact to whether or not they're interested and continue to be interested.
I'm sorry, I just want to make sure I understand. So what you're saying is let's say they're like, oh, this program's great at this campus, let's transfer there. you might not be able to participate in that program.
Right.
And so that.
There's no guarantees, and that's very clearly communicated up front.
Okay.
And then every family, there's an application. So let's say you have 3 children you're applying for. Every child has its own application.
And this, what you're talking about is how this one school district that you spoke to.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah,
All right.
I spent a lot of time, but I
Okay.
also was like, while I have you on the
Right.
phone, I'm
Yeah.
going to try to learn,
Now, and so as we're hearing this, doesn't mean we have to do everything that way.
No.
We can do it in our. I've spent a lot of time talking to an ISD that's going through this right now, and so it's interesting to hear some of the things so different as well. So.
And I think that might have been something they learned after of how to do that, because they did run into some challenges, I think, going back to that touch point, because I talked with them pretty quickly after our last presentation with y'all.
I mean, I think it's similar to how transfers or even just students enrolled on campuses work right now. They can't necessarily get into programs.
Yeah. Yep. Wait. Sorry. All right. So after our touch point, one of the things, I had a little bit of a light bulb moment. Got a little excited, and I brought it back to the subcommittee, and hopefully they also kind of saw some opportunities here. The subcommittee and their feedback and input and engagement really was kind of super vital to this. And so during our last meeting with them, one of the things that kind of surfaced was some opportunities here. I know that our subcommittee was on open enrollment exploring some of that, but what emerged was a potential scenario that I don't know that we had really, in my mind, I hadn't really unpacked. And so Trish had a question at the touch point about what's the board objective? Is it to do this or this? And I really took away those answers and found that, yeah, increased enrollment is obviously one of the mechanisms of a long-range planning committee in that charter. Also, more students getting provided the quality LISD education is always a plus. So we found 2 scenarios emerging for the board to consider. One of them is open enrollment for out-of-district transfers. Scenario A, we're calling those. Recruitment for that is from outside of LISD boundaries. The target audience is non-resident students that are zoned for LISD from other school districts. Scenario B is recruitment and retention from within LISD boundaries. So the target audience would be students and families residing within LISD who are not enrolled. So I don't know that you would call it open enrollment, you would call it enrollment. But it started to emerge because there were some repeated comments and emphasis around marketing, communication, those quality education. And so it started us thinking about, and at least me, and after Christina had presented on her update to the board, one of them, it started to kind of, that's where it's, after our touch point, it kind of light bulb. And so that's kind of what we're looking at tonight, is kind of giving you an idea of what that looks like.
So I'm seeing ahead, you're going to give more details to this, to us.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Yep.
Looking at scenario A, which is obviously open enrollment, just key considerations moving forward that would need to be looked at, obviously, and foremost, developing a detailed timetable for implementation, developing our criteria and operational guidelines, and establishing what transfer eligibility requirements for non-zone transfer students would look like. In terms of infrastructure and investments that Mel referred to earlier, obviously hiring of support staff to manage workflow and ongoing administrative tasks. I was also caught off guard by the 50 phone calls a day. Selecting quality and implementation of a quality transfer processing software or program would be an important part of this process. Obviously, a targeted marketing campaign. Who are we trying to get, and how are we trying to get them, right? Capacity and resource allocation, ensuring the avoidance of strain and resources on resources and staffing, looking closely at program capacity and accessibility, and looking closely at the workload for processing and supporting transfer applications and ongoing administrative tasks. Obviously, if it's something we do, we need to do it well. logistical and workflow planning, looking at just ensuring the transfer process is seamless and aligned with efficient systems that support and attract potential students into our district.
And so this scenario B really is an exploration into something that district can do that doesn't really require board approval or the exploration of definitively going into an open enrollment for Leander ISD to out-of-district transfers. And so this is something that I think repeatedly we've heard this great theme about, like how well we can market our district among to the people who are living within our district who might not be familiar with the kind of excellence that we have in the district. And so I think there is a great opportunity, regardless of whether this is a part of long-range planning or not, for us to have an exploration of how just a simple targeted message campaign out to just within Leander ISD and how effective we can be in recruiting our students to the district. So we've oftentimes talked about how you can recruit and retain your staff. Well, what are we doing to recruit and retain our families? But beyond that, because of COVID, how do we recover our families who we might have lost due to the pandemic and other school experiences that are now out there, the proliferation of that, as we've seen in that demographic report. And so this, I think, is an easy step that we can take right now as we continue to work out what the cost would look like to implement software and to hire new people. If this is the route that y'all eventually want to go with open enrollment, why not take this very low-hanging fruit opportunity to take a look at building our story within our own community? It falls in line with building trust within the folks that live within the district who are taxpayers to our district. It just feels like a very simple thing that we can do. Case studies that have come out with folks who have done some real specific targeted marketing have shown that just a simple marketing campaign can attract close to 1,000, bring back, recover close to 1,000 students that they lost after the pandemic. So I'm sorry, I just want to make sure I'm because scenario B is like, speak to the students within our district. I'm like, yeah, let's get those students, right? I'm trying to connect dots and understand why this is emerging in here. And is it because of we're looking at the number of students and you saw, it sounds to me like almost a higher number we could get with this. Is that just how this kind of came out, was the number of students? Or, what?
So in a conversation I had with Chris, just offline, random conversation, we sometimes do that, she shared an interesting fact with me that 80% of those that live within LISD attendance zone, 80% of the residents don't have a direct connection to schools. And I was like, wow, that's a lot. And I was like, but then how are we reaching all of these things when we see all these things on social media stuff? How are we reaching them? Are they tapping in? Why? Because they don't have a reason to tap in. And so over those discussions, and then when at the touch point was the objective of more students, yes, but these amazing schools, that's when I kind of then touched base with Christina and was like, wait, hold on, one of the things the subcommittee really emphasized that first meeting about those factors and challenges to consider was strain on the system. And so the reason why it looks like two scenarios is because first, the way you target and the target audience will change, and some of those efforts could change based upon if you prioritize all of it, will you reap that same thing? But also because if that's 80%, that number could be significant and they're within our attendance zone. So it's not quite open enrollment, but I didn't also want to miss that opportunity to say that a mechanism to meet the long-range planning charter goals and a mechanism to do the things that we were wanting to do out of this is still out there, and we may not have tapped into it to the degree we could. And that's kind of what surfaced.
And I think it's also an opportunity to inform those who live in the boundaries but don't attend that in-district transfers are available, so they can attend whatever schools they want to, because it's come to my attention that it's not very widely known. People think that they can only attend the schools that they're zoned to, and if they don't like the school, they might just go somewhere else outside the district.
Correct.
So to speak to that, about a couple board memos, we got a nice little matrix, right, showing the transfers between our schools and Leander ISD. It's about 5,000 students. Y'all know I love that transfer option. I'm a parent that utilizes it. I love that about our school. It's our district, it's great. But it has its own problems and quirks. I'm trying to understand. We're putting together this, great structure of out-of-district transfers. What about our in-district transfer? Because I'm not going to say what I want to say, but it needs to be improved. And so I'm trying to understand how the two are going to be together here.
You kind of stole my next slide. Then.
Okay, I'm ready. That's what I'm ready for, Matt. Get ready.
I'm trying to wait till we get, I'm looking at language, and I really, I want to have a conversation with you about what districts that you spoke to, because I know which districts I spoke to, and they're looking at 800 to 1,000 students in their first year. They're a little bit bigger than us, and they didn't hire a designated person. It's been divided into existing, their current in-district transfer. So the people that do their in-district transfer, because they do have a lot of in-district transfer. I'm thinking if we do about 5,000 in-district transfers a year, if we said our first year we're gonna do 100 or 200, we need to hire a new office for that 100. It's gonna be that much more of a workload than the 5,000 we currently do. So I'm trying to process all of those pieces. Also, one of the pieces of language that I see over and over in all the districts that are doing this is students' admission would not require the districts to hire new staff, reassign existing staff, or provide any specialized training to existing staff at the campus or grade level indicated in the transfer request. And so they make sure to highlight that. So when you're thinking about expenses and the burden that it places on the school, that's part of their process. If it turns out in doing this transfer, I have to hire additional teachers, then we deny that transfer, right? It has to fall within these parameters. And so I'm looking at all those pieces, and I'm trying to, I'm struggling with those. I love the, hey, let's market our school. Yeah, let's do that. We should be doing that. Let's go do that. That's not a transfer system, right? That's just something that is great. I'd love for us to do that. I'm thinking more about, we have 5,000, almost 5,000 students in our school district right now that are transferring. I'm curious, what is the application software that we're doing for all these in-district transfers? What does that application process look like for those? Is that not something that can be extended? You're saying it's not a very good system, so maybe we need a system that is for our own in-district transfers and that can also be utilized for out-of-district. But if we're processing 5,000 and we say this first year we want to add 100 or 200 out-of-district, doesn't seem like that should be hiring and creating a whole new department if we're already doing it for 5,000.
So one of the things that we know is happening right now is there's process improvement effort around transfers as they exist now within Leander ISD. And I think that one of the things I lifted out from the district I talked to was if the transfer process and going through that transfer process is not a positive one, then folks that would be looking at coming to the district and it's not smooth and it's not systematic and those things are already in place and effective, then that's going to deter them from wanting to actually go through that transfer. And that was something that was really resonated with me. I was like, oh, I could see that. I could see that being very frustrating. I thought it was good, way better. It ain't worth it. Like, there are things, because they have the other thing is that there's some nuances with it. They were getting phone calls about transfers, but when you're in district, they got to call the home campus. But there are some things that come up with these transfers that you have, for alignment purposes, you have to have a singular place in which you're putting that. You're not spreading that across. Like right now, the transfers operate for a large part throughout the school year at the campus that those students are attending. One time a year, it's at that district for us. What was shared with me was basically those phone calls per day is random questions around that whole process or like issues that might come up, that all starts to funnel to that one place. And what could that look like? Again, going back to if that experience isn't positive, they won't want to go. And so basically, anticipated next steps would be leveraging what the insights, regardless of whatever the board ends up deciding, leveraging the insights from that process improvement effort. We would want that, and the subcommittee was clear too, we would want our current transfer process and that alignment and that system to be as effective as we possibly can make that. Determine potentially the infrastructure investments that would be needed, possibly from that process improvement effort, but also possibly in consideration of everything else that we've talked about. And then identify staff assets needed for implementation. The cost breakdown was simply to address both, but separate. We could identify staff assets needed. They may currently exist within our system. I wanted to make sure that I was also very transparent about potential there, so that way later on, if there is a request for that, the public and you yourselves were very well informed and knew about that.
I think my largest concern is, as you're talking about, it's like, I agree. Let's get our in-district transfers. Let's get them in, let them know what's going on. But the largest concern I have is that we as a board are like, we've got to start asking our admin, please come to us with the next steps so we can get it out to the community so we can make decisions. And I remember the Facility Optimization Committee spending tons of time talking about the declining enrollment, and it's not improving. And so even with the transfer numbers you're talking about, that doesn't seem to address that issue. It might kind of do something, but it doesn't change the fact of that. And so, I want to know, like, how do we do this in the right order? Because I don't want to, with our campuses, if admin's telling us this enrollment's declining, transfers outside of district aren't going to change, I don't want to wait on making decisions. We have repurposing and bond. We're ready to make those. I want to get moving on those decisions. Does that make sense, what I'm asking about?
Yeah, and I think, Jeremy, I know we had a discussion a little bit about looking at those numbers and open enrollment. Does it play a factor on those other two subcommittees, and what does that look like? I don't know if we will know, but you might be able to better answer it.
Yeah, so even Stacy with PASA, right, referenced that this is not a silver bullet. And so while it may mitigate, it's not going to eliminate declining enrollment in portions of our district. But it is an opportunity. You can look at it as an opportunity, but yeah, it won't offset what we may be seeing in decline. And none of those districts, right, everyone's going through declining enrollment right now. None of those districts are offsetting, right? You see the transfers out, no one's offsetting that. It's just, there's things to consider, right? And even if you wanted to do it, is it a targeted open enrollment? Is it the whole entire district open enrollment, et cetera?
I would like to see administration come back. Now this is in committee, so I'd like to see administration come back. Is this something you would recommend? And what do you need from the board if you do recommend it or not? But I'd like to see what administration, now based on the committee work, just like we said with facility optimization, I'd like to send it back to administration and kind of get a little more details. I think we're really close. I don't know, I agree though, I don't think we need to go back to administration for option B. I think what I'm hearing from the board is y'all could start moving, right?
Well, I guess I'm just, honestly, to me, I'm like, listen to the policy committee and then have the discussion, because I feel like admin has done their job. I mean, we tasked them at the board meeting in September, hey, this is what we need. I mean, we were not happy with that 59 number, and y'all went and did your work. You showed us we asked what you gave us. So I'm not quite clear what we're pushing it back to admin, because in my mind, what I want, I'm like, thank y'all. Now I need my policy committee to go and work what that policy looks like. and then it comes back to the board for discussion. That's where I'm at. I'm ready for this.
Well, I get it, but same thing with facility optimization. I'm ready to move, but I still need the final work from administration. Administration still talked about, they're still working on the numbers, what type of plan, I mean, there's just so many pieces yet that if you tried to send it to policy,
So
sure,
what are
y'all,
you needing,
that could
though?
be one option, but I think then you'd need policy to do a lot of work with admin, because admin's gonna have to take something and bring it back.
So I guess what I'm trying to understand, what exactly do you need more from admin to be able to make that decision for policy, to write a policy?
So,
Not for the other subcommittees, I'm just talking about this one, because, I mean, this is the one, right, this is all admin, this is not board, this is not, like, this is admin's lane right here, in my mind.
So this was discussed with the committee, correct? And so what I don't see here is the things that talk about like these next steps to help us develop a policy. Am I missing something? Do y'all have all the pieces here ready for policy to go on this?
I think what we're anticipating is, when I say after the board makes a determination, is the board really will be the one to decide whether or not there's a policy. And the policy, we can do scenario B. If the board moves in the direction of adopting an open enrollment policy, where we would prioritize our time would be for implementation of that. Not that no work for scenario B, but it really helps give us an idea of where to put that priority and intention behind scenario A or B. So if the board adopts a policy, scenario A, that's all of those things would be there. If the board decides at this time not to adopt a policy or enact whatever the language is there on an open enrollment, then that tells us scenario B.
I guess if board consensus wants to move forward, we don't have a vote, so we're not voting, right? We're not voting.
Right.
My thoughts or questions are, there's so many things that they brought up, like the fact that when you did an open enrollment, it wasn't going necessarily into the areas where you needed it. And so that was kind of challenging. Some of the scenarios you have had, instead of high school, it went to K through 3. We have areas where we have enrollment growing and increasing. So we're talking about, other areas where we have enrollment decline, but it's not going to stop enrollment decline. And so what I don't want to see happen, though, is if we're going to move forward with this as a board, if that's the general consensus, is I don't want it to stop the discussion and the development of a district of innovation, moving and changing those campus plans, because they need help now. So I just want to make sure that we're not stopping that part of the discussion.
I also think it's important, as we're having this discussion, I'm kind of want to pull us away from saying scenario A and scenario B. Scenario B is not open enrollment. And so, yes, let's go do that. I think what we're trying to discuss right now is, do we want to move forward with open enrollment? That's what, we're not going to take a vote, but if policy is going to work through, move through those next steps, we do need to have further discussion on if we want to do open enrollment. I think the marketing of our current students is great. It's not open enrollment, right? And so the discussion is where we are with open enrollment.
Can we get Sean up here to just kind of tell us
Right, I was
what
like,
he
Sean, as
needs
we're
from policy?
We have this item in front of us to talk through. 2, this is not something that is on the agenda for us to vote on, so we're not going to vote on it. But Sean, in terms of next steps on the policy piece, if you can give us some guidance around that.
And Sean, to back up, when you bring something to the policy committee, there's usually things where you're like, oh, well, we need to get more information from the board before y'all can talk about this. So what is it you need, before you can bring it?
The committee will certainly need some additional direction on what precisely it is we're looking for. Currently, your local policy is simply prohibitive of allowing for an out-of-district student to come in, except for special conditions, which is, in this district, is when it's an employee's child. So some of these factors that this committee has talked about with you tonight such as, well, are we going to base it on program space? Are we going to base it on campus? Those types of decisions are things that the policy committee isn't necessarily going to make for you. They need some type of direction. Now, that could be direction from the board. These are the things we're looking for. Or you could direct administration to come up with some type of recommendation to send to the policy committee so that we have some type of direction, because it's not the committee's place, and I see Trustee Bodie is shaking her head yes here. It's not really our place to make the decision on the what. We're really looking at the how. How do we implement this in language in a way that is understandable, that is clear, and that is implementable?
So then the board needs an agenda item, because I just don't understand why we would push it back to y'all and then it comes back to us and then we wasted like 2 months. So basically the board needs to have an agenda item on this, and we need to have an actual discussion and actually have action to it. Is that correct?
Yeah, I think it's an agenda item so that we can talk with administration, about this, and that then we could also have a discussion and we could vote how we want to proceed. And from that, either nothing goes back to policy, or these are the parameters that go back to policy. Is that fair?
I think also, and
I'm sorry.
well, because the whole issue with the in-district transfers, right? That whole ordeal. And so for me, that's a nice face. I think for me is like, we know y'all are going through that whole continuous improvement process for that, right? They kind of do fall hand in hand. So for me, it's like, I guess what I'm trying to say, I don't want to wait. I don't want to be here 4 months here and be like, oh, here's our presentation, because our in-district transfers start in March. And so for me, if consistency, y'all know I love that word, I want to see some action quickly. So I need the board to do some work.
Just to quickly add a little clarity too, a part of the process we'll be going through as a policy committee would likely be trying to determine what really is appropriately in policy and what really is more regulation. I don't think you want to go into a lot of incredible detail in the policy when it's something that you might need to be flexible in order for the policy objective to still be met in any given year.
Because what's going to happen is the policy committee is going to get together, and the very first question we're going to say is, okay, what direction did you have from the board? And I'm going to be like, aw, dang. That's going to be an interesting discussion. And so if we can I think we can put this on the agenda and get a recommendation, and administration can have a recommendation on here's board area. And
I want it done now.
The committee did discuss policy, basically what they would like to see, just some of the things. And so I think that the input of some of the parameters was also provided by the committee. Am I correct? In the first meeting or so?
Yeah, during the touch point, that's
Yes.
kind of what we talked about, what the surface to the top would
Yeah.
be. Some of that, and we had a long discussion that second meeting with the subcommittee, was more around those things that I think Sean is referring to as guidelines. And that was what we kind of helped give the subcommittee some clarity on, is that some of this is going to be hashed out through guidelines. It's not necessarily in that policy, but it is good we have it. I mean,
Yeah, we
that
do
work
have-
that they did will be there
we
for
have
us to reference.
Yeah, we have a starting point. And then speaking of opportunities, PASA had mentioned that we have kindergarten students in the district that are just not showing up at all. And so it looks like people signing up for pre-K3 is actually an opportunity to to grow that pipeline if they never would have come in the first place, because they're already in the system.
And when this comes up before the board and y'all bring it back, right, and we're gonna, I guess, next meeting or as quickly as it comes up, that slide number that y'all talked about, slide number 58, I think is important to make sure that at least so I can deliberate appropriately is really what number of students are we anticipating, and is that what you're gonna recommend, is that we cap it at 100 for the first time or whatever that will be, just so I can understand that better.
I think that's part of that discussion. All right, thank you. I appreciate y'all. These are all, complicated, messy things, and I appreciate y'all letting us kind of talk it through in the complicated, messy way. So, thank you. All right, next we're moving on to our innovative academies.
All right. Last but not least, we have our Innovative Academies Subcommittee.
72 more slides.
So this is really the only slide. We're gonna stay on here. But we got a group of individuals. This is the last team that we're going to bring to the table, I think. We're hit that blue button, please. And so we're joined at the table with Dustin Binnicker, Assistant Superintendent of Advanced Academics and Pathways, Clay Courier on the far end with the longest title in the entire district. He does a lot of things. He's a jack of all trades, but Principal, Early College and New Hope High School, Senior Director of Innovative Learning Programs. But we also have a great member representative here, Kim Ashwood, parent in the district, did a whole lot of work in this subcommittee. You're going to see the product of the incredible efforts that she put forth to help just put the glue to all these different pieces that we're going to talk about. And so if we want to hit the next one, these are 3 bullets on this third focus area is researching and developing considerations for facilities approved in the bond 2023. So I'm going to hang out a little bit and share some of the information for these slides pertaining to this one bullet, and then present final data to board trustees here in January and research and develop consideration for future facilities. That's not going to be talked about today, but just understand you may have some of those considerations and thoughts beyond just the elementary level. So I want to start with those facilities included in the 2023 bond, which is 31 and 32. So let's look at where those things are lying. You know, at one time, 31 was all the way up in 25 and 26, and then 32 is at 27, 28. So some other factors drive where these schools can lie within a timeline. And so looking at just the demographic projections and where could the construction of these sit, I'll tell you that 31 has a critical piece within its schedule. And there's a lot of work going around elementary 31 in that geographic site. With the Williamson County and the expansion of Hero Way and 2243, rearrangement, all of that. I'll tell you the plan for that construction should wrap up in, I think, first quarter 2028. And so if you're familiar with Raider Way, if 31 was to be constructed prior to the completion of that project, we're just looking at the infrastructure would not be adequate necessarily to support an elementary school on that site just yet. And so that's why we really align that with 2028. And in 32, if you look at the demographic projections and surrounding schools, the growth within Treviso, we've seen from PASA demographic projections, the number of houses that are coming online in the next 3 years. You'll see that you could build that just at the same time, open both of those in the 2028-29 school year. And then below that, you're going to see that color progression. That's just where those 2 projects lie within their milestones. Elementary 31 is basically done in design. We're in construction documents. So it is aligned with our template of elementary schools. And so just imagine walking through high school. It's a high school, elementary, and within those parameters, that's what you have to work with here when we talk about innovative academies. And then elementary 32 is pre-designed because it's not designed yet. So when you look at opportunity, there's flexibility just in the design of such. And so it was planned to be one of those template schools, but again, it hasn't been designed. So a whole lot of rigidity with 31, a little bit more flexibility with 32 when it comes to a design. All right, next slide. We had to talk about this as a subcommittee, right? And so we had to bring up 31, 32 when it comes to innovative academies at the elementary school level. But based on those demographic update from PASA in October, the committee discussed this and believed that this elementary campus should remain as a traditional elementary campus model to relieve those area campuses. You can see from a north and a Tarvin, that's a lot of growth up there in the north and northeast quadrant of our district. And so that would be just a traditional elementary school. But I will highlight that conversations even within the subcommittee is when you look at the outskirts of our district, there's some pieces missing sometimes with our communities. As we build these communities, they're separate. They're separate communities, and they may not have resources that are needed in that geographic location. And so this campus, you have to look at it. Could it be somewhat of a community resource? Could the community access this building in a different way because they don't have maybe a community center in that area of the district? So that's something that where you can still look at the traditional design of 31, and it may create other opportunities. We just, again, looking at it with just a different lens. Not to say that our other campuses can't do that same thing.
So like, where teachers can go for learning classes or learning opportunities, is that what you say when you say community area, or what do you?
Just even community access. When you look at the spaces that we create in our elementary schools, you look at your NPRs, you look at cafeterias and spaces like that, and how can public access that? We keep a safe environment, but how can the public access that to create that space so they can do whatever you can imagine, right? And just a lot of times these communities aren't built with those resources.
So for facility optimizations, they were looking at schools specifically with lower enrollment.
Mm-hmm.
District of Innovation, or I'm sorry, not DOI, Innovation Academies,
Right.
completely different,
Yeah.
new subject.
Still
Innovation Academies, you were looking primarily at 31, 32. At some point then, does administration kind of bring those back together as we started off in the earlier discussions?
Well, we're going to talk about that to some
Okay.
degree, but
Okay.
what I'm referencing here is 31, moving forward with as a traditional design, but looking at it with a different type of lens based on geographic location and how can the community possibly access that?
So I want to speak to that because I was really excited to hear this conversation actually said in the subcommittee, because we talk about neighborhood schools. That is what this board talks about when we talk about long-range plan. And if we're really going to truly incorporate those to be your neighborhood community hubs, we have this space, right? And some of those conversations were coming out. We have destination imagination groups that are being denied access to facilities in our school. And it's like, well, if we're gonna be and own this neighborhood school concept, then we really need to find a way to really have that partnership. So like, in particular, 31, I can't tell you, there's not a place near there except, your local schools, which we heard tonight, there's barriers being put up in regards to accessing those places. And so for us in that subcommittee, not for us, I didn't speak, but for them, it was really like, how do we have a Cub Scout meeting? How do you, like, those groups, those parents, those community partnerships exist, but we're trying to figure out how do we get them into the school, because that's essentially what we're trying to do, community engagement, right? This is the community school. And so it was just kind of a thought of like, how do we, not so much like, hey, let's have this room separate for community, but it's really how do you change the culture and the mindset of what that community neighborhood school looks like? And so for me, I think it's great, because then you have so many limited opportunities to like partner with either your Girl Scouts, your Boy Scouts, you have your destination imagination groups, like robotics, like you have so many opportunities to really create that whole neighborhood hub.
Well, and these dots haven't been connected. So that's what I'm just trying to do, is put in my brain, because there were facilities that were looked at as under enrolled. So I'm wondering, does that community neighborhood school also work for the facilities that were identified as possible repurposing? So that's, I was just trying to see, do the dots connect all the way through? Are we gonna be consistent? Again, just like we were asking earlier on, let's be consistent once we do this. Can everything work through this matrix, right?
And to add to that, because there had been a discussion or something I had heard around the time of the bond that could be applied to schools in, like maybe one school in the South, because they don't have a library
right
there, they don't have some other kind of entertainment, maybe something like a Thinkery or something like that.
Yep.
So sort of applying something similar so the entire community can benefit from the school.
Yep.
For 71, you identified elementary school 31 will be the north and Tarvin. You're looking at those populations and how elementary school 31 meets it. When admin puts all the pieces together, and I'm thinking we're asking y'all put it together and bring something back so we can move, I also want to make sure that we add that facility optimization part, because it was like, if you pull from one and you start making declines in other areas, so if Tarvin ends up pulling from another area. You know what I mean? I just want you to bring back all the pieces,
Snowball. Yeah,
right?
okay.
And I think timeline's important too, so I don't know if you can briefly remind them of if 28 isn't open, what does that mean?
28.
For 31. If 2028 is an opening for 31.
So from a construction standpoint, we're looking about 15 months for construction on an elementary school. So you start backing that out, right? So we're first quarter of 2027, and so the good thing is that it's design. We're going to run it through permitting, and so we're going to have everything in hand for the most part. But we can make significant changes, but we can look at it with a different lens to create possibly more access. And then 32 is the same way. 32, we're talking 25 months, right? And so we're looking at 2026 for any type of being able to roll it out, since we haven't started design.
And potentially a little longer if it's not if we're doing something
template.
Different. Yeah.
Correct. Yep. So we're in 25 right now, and so we would have to continue these conversations and get momentum here if something different was going to happen with 32.
I mean, I'm hearing us say if we got to move quickly because these decisions impact student learning, right?
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yep. And so again, this just from a facility use I talked about 31, but looking at 32, based on the status of the project, where it is, pre-design, and the committee believes that this elementary campus could be utilized for an innovative academy. It wouldn't have to, but it could be an opportunity to look at something a little different, a different design. You have that opportunity. We have some time, not a whole lot of time, but we do have some time to look at it. But I want to recall the site-specific parameters on that site. Can't build a middle school, right? And so that site is going to restrict some of the options that we have.
You mentioned kind of some of the things that are driving the timeline around elementary 31, which are, the construction in that area. What's driving the timeline on 32?
I would say why it's aligned there, and again, this was projected, right? It could change. But based on these conversations, really, we want to be realistic. If we want to do something different with 32, we need more runway, right? And if you're going to build a traditional school, you may have some other opportunity there. But if we're going to do a different design or look at it from a different way, from an innovative academy, that's different than what we have planned. And so our timeline would need to shift to adjust for how that new design would be implemented and created. And so it just creates a little bit more runway. And again, originally it's 27, 28, so it would just slide out that one more year.
So was the charge to the subcommittee basically we're going to build 31 and 32, or are we going to build 31 or 32 or and 32 rather?
Yeah, so I would not say it was decision build yes or no. It was to look at the two facilities that were within the 23 bond and what options do they have to be an innovative academy. Not to say do it or not do it, but to look at what opportunities would those two facilities provide as a place for an innovative academy. And again, what we had to do as a subcommittee had to go broader, right? And all of a sudden you start looking right here within these four walls. Well, we had to just look at from the elementary level itself, and which is what they'll kind of run through. But it wasn't a build, no, don't build. It was just what options would we have with the two facilities that were approved within the bond. Okay.
So I joined this subcommittee on day 2 of my employment within Leander ISD, so I had to lean on Dr. Currier to get me up to speed on the work that was done the year before, so I'm going to let him talk about that for just a few minutes.
And I'll make this relatively brief because we're going to talk more about the work that we've done over this school year. But historically over the last year, where we started with Innovative Academies was just determining what that is. Now previously that was called schools of choice within our district. And there was a lot of misunderstanding in our district between a school of choice, a choice program, and some of these other kind of language pieces. So when Innovative Academies originally met, we started talking about what those things were to tease those out. Does an IB program make a school of choice? No, not necessarily. So we're able to articulate that down into that it is a unique instructional or programmatic model that is meant to meet students for a very specific learning style. So we have 2 of those schools that are currently in operation in the district. We have New Hope High School, and we also have Early College High School. So over the course of that year, we also just looked for exemplars around the state. Those may be districts of our size, they may be out of the Metroplex, out of Houston, and so we pulled all that data together from those different ISDs. Our committee reviewed that, and that had, again, students, parents, administrators, the whole lot, and we kind of picked out which pieces were we're speaking to our community and what the feedback is that we've heard from our specific community of Leander. So we compiled all of that information, and that led us to a site visit. We visited Vanguard High School, that was up in Mesquite, and then we also visited the Opportunity Center, which was in Forney. And those are 2 very different models, and they work for their specific communities, but we're trying to tease out, are there any specific opportunities that are being employed in other districts across the state that will allow us to think about our schools a little bit differently than how we've done it before. Because as you've heard across all 3 subcommittees tonight, we have a very large opportunity in front of us. And how we navigate that opportunity is going to pave our path for the future. Now, when we look into this year, that focus narrowed down a little bit more, and that's going to be the bulk of our presentation tonight.
Okay, so we set out at our second meeting and really tried to come back and look at what we wanted learning to look like in the district. So I kicked that second meeting off with a design thinking video that kind of centered around the invisible bicycle helmet. So if you've never heard of the invisible bicycle helmet, it is a collar. It looks like a scarf. And traditionally, bicycle helmets, they go on your head, they're bulky, they mess up your hair. I don't want to wear one to work because then I got to fix my hair again. So these 2 engineers set out to redesign a bicycle helmet and create something that never existed before. They wanted something that served the same purpose but could look completely different. So this collar goes on like a scarf. It has gyro measures within it that if the body tilts or the head tilts or you move in a certain way, it inflates and a helmet comes over and protects the skull. So we kicked off that meeting of what can we redesign? How can we recreate learning to look in Leander ISD? What do we want that to look like? So under these 4 headings of curriculum instruction, student experience, community and partnerships, and access, set out to go through and gave them sticky notes, and the committee went crazy, and we had hundreds of sticky notes with tons of ideas within these headings. And I'm going to let Kimberly kind of talk through this in just a second, what we did with those ideas, and then really moved on to, within those ideas, 3 different levels. So from the ground level, what are some of those ideas that came out that we can do immediately? They're very attainable. It doesn't require a big change. What are some things at the airplane level that we think we can do? It would require some adopting of new methods, would lead to great outcomes. And then from a satellite level, what are the very aspirational ideas that we can do, but it's going to take some work and more research to go and implement those things?
So as a committee, we came up with a lot of ideas. And the first thing was to start to sift through the ideas. So this is not a particularly new process, but this is a design thinking process that starts to try to organize and help you see what ideas you have. We had the fortunate task of having a really wide lens of what's possible, right? And going beyond that of what's impossible, but we want it anyway. So we had to then start to work through, all right, let's take all of these ideas, and for each one of the 4, we charted them along the axis of what are new ideas and what are big ideas, right? And so obviously the things that are big and new are gonna be super exciting to us, and the ones that are new but rather attainable, we also want to look at. The ideas that are not as new, we want to say these are earmarked for things that we have been doing in our district or need to look at to make sure that we are doing the best we can for these. So you'll see a little bit more example as we go along. The next is to prioritize them. So as we just talked about the satellite airplane ground, for our purposes, we really want to look at an airplane level. And that's because the ground level is going to be not necessarily a something that we're going to run with as a whole school idea, or even as a major keystone idea for a school. The airplane level is going to be something that we can attain within the next 5 years, is really what airplane defines. And satellite is going to be aspirational, things that we really would like to hear. As a district, we've identified as things that we want to eventually get to. And what this helps us do is get to the definition area. So where I come in, I got to take all of our airplane ideas and start to put them into the idea phase. Start to organize them together into likely themes to give us a broader understanding of what building blocks can we start to pull together to build a school, right? And I walk you through this process because when we started out, we put on the table really basic ideas that you've seen before of a science academy, or an academic acceleration academy, or a fine arts academy. And these are things that are phenomenal ideas and still are within the scope of innovation. But what we found was, just like we were talking earlier, Trish, you had mentioned when you start to say, well, what is it that I want my kids to learn? Or what is it that I want my nephew to be doing? And we start to see some of the project-based learning that Dr. Gearing was able to show us. We're able to start drawing those connections to see what kind of schools we really want, not just putting a label on, I want a science academy, right? So that's why we went down to these building blocks to start to build back up. Now, what you're going to hear tonight is not going to be a recommendation for a science academy or an arts academy. What you're going to hear are the ideas from the parents, the staff, the faculty, the administration, all coming together and talking as a group about what it is we prioritize as the experience and the education that we want to see as an innovative district. Now, that's a lot to say, that I'm teeing you up for a discussion, not an answer. All right, so let's start.
So, digitized sticky notes right here. You can see all those notes thrown up there. And what I thought Kimberly was going to assist with was taking the paper sticky notes and digitizing them and giving me a list back. And we went back and forth. And this is where we started. Lumped all of those sticky notes underneath those 4 headings that I talked about just a few minutes ago. And then took them into the next iteration, which she talked about, of big concepts, new concepts, and started placing them within the matrix of where they would fall on this XY axis here. I'm not going to spend a lot of time on this. Y'all have got that, and you can go back and take a look at it. But what came out of this was moving those within the ground, airplane, satellite areas that we talked about just a few minutes ago as well. One of the things that was really interesting, once we start taking these ideas and kind of running them through AI, it's a fantastic tool. This is a lot like doing a dissertation. So you do your interviews, you've got your coding, you start developing themes. That's what this did right here. So if I was writing a second dissertation, I'm not going to do that. This will be a great research topic. Whoever's listening out there, you've got one set up for you. This is what came from this. So when we threw all these ideas together, they grew into ideas 1, 2, and 3 that you see on the right-hand side there. So when we start listing out the sticky notes underneath curriculum instruction, when you look at empowered academic acceleration, these are the things that came from the ideas that the committee came forward with. One of the things that was really interesting that came out of this towards the end was when we started talking about Elementary 31, we started asking the question, what do you want learning to look like? Everything that came back from the committee was what we're doing already, which tells me we're doing the right thing. So for Elementary 31 to stay like it is, there was not a recommendation to change that, because everything we wanted in a school is going into that campus. They love the flexible spacing, the collaborative rooms, they love everything that we're doing, so we're gonna do it again at 31. That was what the committee came forward with. I'll move on to student experience. That was another big topic for us. Lots of ideas on this one. What do we want students to do? What do we want them to feel and experience when they come into our classrooms? Lots of great ideas here. Again, looking at the big concepts and new concepts, you can see that side of the chart it's off the chart right there. Putting those ideas again together, satellite, airplane, ground, you can see, bringing CTE classes to the elementary level. We've got some of that taking place with Fresh Ink and the incubator programs, but to the big extent that we've got at the high school level, we don't have that yet, but it's something that we think that we could do. It is an aspirational goal for us to put that out there. Bringing those ideas together, you can see empowered student ownership, academic acceleration, advanced learning pathways, a future-focused learning area there. I think I've skipped ahead, and I'm not keeping up with the notes here, I'm sorry. Lumping those ideas together, again, came with some of the things that we're already doing at some of our schools. So we just kind of kept moving through some of this, moved on to community and partnerships, another area that we talked about with 31. If it's in an area where we don't have a place for the community to come, how can we bring those into our schools? And we talked about some of the visits that were taken. When you look at junior achievement, there are some school districts that have brought programs in where the community can come in and businesses can lease a space in there, and it creates an experiential learning opportunity for students. The business partners come in, they can office out of a campus or a workspace. Students come in, and so it's a win-win for both. So it's some of the things that came out of this. Again, putting those areas, satellite, airplane, ground, you can see those things there. Moving them into career exposure opportunities, innovative partnerships, and then community learning hubs, which I just spoke about. Access was something that's very important to us. So again, when we started talking about some of this, this is where facility optimization kind of crosses over. If I create some fantastic program that's a huge draw at Elementary 31, I've kind of put myself into a position where I can't really sustain that. I didn't want to create a program at a campus that's going to be at capacity in the next couple of years, so it really didn't make sense to create something innovative there to draw more students from across the district. It doesn't fix the issues that we have elsewhere. So to address the question you had, and we've talked about this earlier, I think it's kind of a crossover between a couple of committees and taking the work that we've done and merging that with facilities to take it to the next level. So again, move those three areas in there. The last two things that we came up with there were expanding opportunities and expanding access. So putting these ideas together, I think kind of brings us to what could this potentially look like in the future. So once we take our ideas, lump them in, what could that school look like when we pull those ideas together? And so we put through a couple of iterations of this, and if you want to talk on this, kind of the process for that, I'll let you go here.
So I'll be honest, this isn't the first draft of this. It's not even the second. It's what we did was we took all of these ideas, and the first pass was, kind of a best guess on where some of these things might lie. And then the next pass was, well, let's see what the AI is going to say about this. So we started running it through ChatGPT. We also ran it through Gemini and Claude. And I'll also say Claude is the best, but it has a paywall, so I couldn't do the whole thing in Claude. But ChatGPT helped to kind of narrow down some of these ideas to help us to start to look at what is it that would be innovative in our district and how do we help this grow. So what you're going to see here is brain power, manpower, people power, and a little bit of AI assistance. And some of the ideas that we've got are around accelerated academic mastery. What we keep hearing again and again is obviously going to tie back to our academics, but what does that look like when we start to divorce the idea of grades and academic acceleration? That was one of the things that was very interested, many parties in the room were very interested to see what we could push forward with that. And I see some nods and some grimaces. And the first thing I want to say about this is that what this is going to do is prompt a discussion for what do we want all of these schools to start to grow in our district. Because innovation needs to not be a single school, but it needs to be innovation in our district as a whole. So from the board, when we're going through these concepts, What I am really hoping from all of you is to start a discussion about what does innovation look like, because this may be our first innovative academy at an elementary school level, but it should not be our last. And in order for that to happen, we need a vision for what innovation is going to be. So these ideas are not individual academies. These are ideas for you to discuss and to start to grow into whole schools. All right, so empowered academic acceleration is going to give you some ideas around house-based learning. So instead of having your grades, you may have your houses. So maybe you've got, I don't know what you think, Harry Potter. Come on, we can do it. Then we also have advanced learning pathways. So this would be more along the line of starting to set grooves in where students are showing early interests and start them along a path of diving deeper into those interests. Give them a broad view of all subjects, but give them more experience in a singular one. So how do we start to grow that? And obviously that also tees us up for innovation in the middle school and high school level as well. Personalized learning and student leadership gives us some ideas around student choice and self-discovery. We talk about preparing our students for being prepared to prepare themselves for anything. I'm gonna get that wrong. It's 10 o'clock at night. The ideas here are around how do we get students to take ownership of their own learning? How do we help them to identify what they're interested in and pursue those passions? Some of these are going to be around learning more about social emotional learning, as well as project-based work, so that they get more hands-on experience rather than mostly theory. They'll also have project-based work that produces real-world outcomes. So I think that this is one that resonated with a lot of parents, to have students, just like we were seeing with our project-based portfolios, have something that goes out in the world that students can then get feedback in and start to take ownership of that learning. We also have more ownership of their spaces. How do we help students to be more invested in their schools? Let's see how we can have students to start taking active roles in the school itself. This could look like things as in students taking part in serving lunch and serving their community, or helping teachers set up rooms, right? Or even doing administration follow-alongs, right? And seeing what it actually means to be an educator in their own community, right? If we want to grow the next generation of teachers, we have them in our schools right now. And then we also have well-being and sustainability. We know that our kids took a really big hit from COVID. So looking at how we are innovating in making sure that we are creating safe spaces, making very calm environments for anxiety management. We know that anxiety has been really high, especially our middle school, elementary and middle school, I know. I'm sure high schoolers would agree. But helping them to also promote their curiosity, their responsibility, and getting a deeper connection to nature. One of the things that was popular in the group was disconnecting from digital and getting more access to nature, going outside more, having less screen time, and there was even talk of introducing animals into the classroom, which, yeah, I'm not gonna lie, I really love. And I know it can happen. I had animals when I was a kid. Anyway, we also have innovative career readiness. So obviously, we're preparing our students to go out into the workforce one day. So how do we look at innovating our career readiness? Well, we can talk about, obviously, our CTE programs. We can talk about bringing the workforce into the classroom. How do we connect our amazing partnerships that we have in our community and start to connect our students with experts? We have an incredible community around here. How do we tap into that and start to bridge these partnerships so that we get our students better career exposure sooner? And then we have our final ones around community-powered and equitable learning. One of the things that we've already started talking about, thank you for queuing it up, Anna, was talking about our community learning hubs. It's not just that our community, that we have schools within a community, but we have a community that could come into our schools, right? This is, the school should be a lifeblood of a community learning hub. And beyond that, we should also be making sure that any innovation that is at one school, because we've seen how innovative all of our schools are, it needs to grow. It needs to be circulated to as many schools as want to take it. So these ideas brought in ideas of faculty externships and spend-a-days, and how do we rotate people so that ideas are shared across multiple places. And some of these concepts, as you can hear, do not require special facilities, but rather require programs and commitment and time. Expanding opportunities, we've talked about, that's gonna be our spend-a-days. Spend-a-days for students as well. We talked a little bit about how students don't know that they can transfer to other schools. We can solve that inside of here, and having some innovative ways of sharing the knowledge is part of our community-powered equitable learning. Finally, expanding access. It does touch on open enrollment, but it also talks about making sure that every child is supported, and we have facilities that promote in learning for everyone. So what that looks like for any underserved community, we would take that into consideration and have facilities that are better specialized to support more underserved communities. All right, those are the 11 ideas. Now, this is where it gets fun. You can take any of these. They can be programs, or they can grow into schools. You can start to pick out these ideas and put them together, and what you get is a school. So I'm gonna ask you, what would the school look like, right? If we start to pull in some of these innovative ideas. I'm turning it over to y'all.
I think for me, when I look at everything, right, we do it, like you said, we do a lot of this already. But the issue is the consistency, right? And I know for some time, we had PTAs paying for Leader and Me programs, and that does create inequity across the district, right? And so what I love about this is we're already doing the work here, but it's like, how do you, and I'm just gonna steal this, like, in the current landscape for public education in Texas, right? Like, we have to get competitive with what we offer. It's just what it is. I'm gonna call it out. I mean, in North Leander, we've got a science academy, we've got a girls' school coming. But what we do in Leander, right, we have an IB, we have project-based learning schools, we have an inquiry academy schools. We do a lot of this already without having to have the shiny bells and brand new buildings. But I think for me, when I look at this and I'm start thinking about like our whole process with PLCs and really help educating and mentoring our teachers, it's like really opening, I think, a door for us. It's like, how can we ensure, and I'm just gonna use what I know, right? My kids at Tarban, everyone knows, we do this inquiry-based model. Like, it's amazing, but it's also like, how are we going to be able to help empower our principals at these other campuses who just maybe need that extra support, or what this looks like? And because it can be scary if you're changing your complete school, right? To, what it's considered traditional to this. I mean, I'll be honest, when I went to my kid's school, I'm like, this is not, what are you talking about? This play structure? I'm not quite sure. But what I'm trying to say is I think there's some power in this because we're already doing good stuff here. We heard from Canyon Ridge tonight. We see the parent engagement there. We see what's happening there, what's organically happening. So I think I'm not going to sit here and say I want a STEM school. I mean, we have a STEM school already. Let's be honest, we do. I think for me, it's like, how do we support the programs we have here, but also give those principals that power to be able to bring that program to that campus so we can see all those ideas of what you're saying, because that empowered learning piece was a huge piece in that conversation. And I remember we were sitting there talking, we were observing, I wasn't talking. And so I want to be very clear because I really wanted to talk. But a lot of the conversations was the structure of the school, like the neighborhood concept. What does this look like? And how do we create it into our other campuses? And that's earlier what we were talking about I'm excited because when we take all this information, right, I think that that's the power in that matrix is it's not so much recreating what we don't have. It's like we already have it. How do we make it that school even better, but then more consistent, y'all? Sorry. Consistent across the district. That is the key here.
I just want to say to my bus buddies, when we went on a field trip and we're seeing some of the different things, I kept trying to like operationalize it, right? Like, okay, but how does this work and how does this look? And I kept trying to get down the weeds and just trying to, I think y'all did a great job of pulling us back up, because what you presented here was not the down in the weeds. You kind of gave us the bigger vision of how this could look. And I think, you know, from what we saw on some of those field trips, I mean, where you would walk in and you would see the students in cosmetology course, but then also there's an actual functioning salon right next to it where the students could go do and be employed right there at a functioning salon. And the salon was employing like also professionals in the field, and they were getting the business experience. And we saw that happen with the floral department, and then engineers were making an escape room. I mean, we saw some of these pieces. And so I love the fact that you brought this kind of up here. I do think though, we know kind of the environment in which we're in is that funding will be, so far the way it's looking is very, there won't be a whole lot. It's not like you can just dream big and spend all the money you want. We need to be very, very careful with our resources. And so I'm excited to see now. I'm hoping on our next agenda, not only are we going to talk about open enrollment, but I also hope to see what innovation academies, what does administration want to see? What can we do? What does 3132 look like? What are the facility optimization committees, which are getting ready to talk about? What about those facilities that had the declining enrollment? Can we do something with them? Like, I want to see the picture come together, also knowing the constraints we have. Because I love the idea of dream big, and I think y'all have done such a great job. But now I want to see administration tell us, okay, what does it look like in the current scenario with uneven growth, with limited resources, with declining enrollment in one, and we've got a 3132 that we need to do because this all impacts student learning. So we got to move on all of it, right?
So my question relates to that northeast corridor where you have, in the PASA report, they've shown us a number of charter schools that are opening in that area. And 31 will pretty much be right around those schools. But 31 would pull from maybe Larkspur all the way down to Aiken, or is it just north and Tarvin and Aiken that will provide some relief?
Primarily.
Okay.
Again, we have to remember that Parkside is over there as well. So.
That's right. Parkside, Aiken, okay. And so I was just looking at whether this subcommittee considered from a, for lack of a better word, marketing perspective, not just a traditional school as we currently have it, but something that would be positioned to protect the current enrollment we have from having to look outside to the 4 probably themed charter schools that are going to be that area.
That wasn't something that we did talk about in that subcommittee. Again, looking from the lens that we were of all of these ideas, is it something innovative that we wanted to do, knowing the building was already in a pre-construction, design is done. As far as programming, it was not. If it was something that we wanted to do that would require a change to the space, we knew that we were so far along within the plans. But again, one of the things that really came out from that group was when I asked them, what are the things you really want to see? They listed off all the things that are already in the design for this building. So it's, doing a lot of the same work that we're doing. And I understand your question. How do we market that school under a traditional model to retain the kids there and not lose them? But that's not something that we did bring up in the group.
And maybe this is also an opportunity. We talked about talking to the community. We've identified some schools. Yes, it's not going to be, neighborhoods, we might not know those specific neighborhood codes just yet, but even inviting them for their ideas on what they would like a new school, just with the caveat that you might not be zoned to that school. And transfers might not be possible because of growth, yeah.
I think just to kind of piggyback what you were saying, Sade, our time as a board member on this committee, we were there to observe, right? But I was having conversations with Bruce about, 31 in particular, right? When we open up, it's not called Housley, but when ECC opens up right off of Housley, that's not going to impact Tarvin or Parkside or Aiken or Pleasant Hill. And so I was like, well, could 31 possibly be like that big hub for pre-K, right? Because, that's where a lot of our pre-K, you're seeing that massive group of individuals and what's causing the overcrowding of the North schools. But like Dustin said, the conversation was already done. Like, the big conversation out of that piece for 31 was, I want the neighborhood concept. I want to be able to have play-based, learning. I want to be able to, go outside and have a garden with my child. Like, those are what people are thinking of. They were kind of, what's impacting their kids now. But on the flip side to that, what you're saying, and this is where Trish, I think this whole matrix thing falls in, and what I would like to see with this is we do have those under-enrolled schools. I'm thinking, I'm not going to name a name, but we know in that section where we could get kids from Round Rock, from Austin ISD. It's not just the South, it's all over here as well. And so I think for me, what I'm looking at and what I'm envisioning is when we do task admin or what the board gives direction for that innovative academy, could it go through that matrix and possibly reimagine what that under-enrolled school looks like? And how do we really get behind it? And really, let's be honest, advertisement is the game here, because we know charter schools have an unlimited budget. And I think we can do all that, we can call it a pretty name and have a pretty building, but if we don't follow through on the communication piece, because let's look at our IB program. I'm just gonna throw that out there. Like, we don't do it. I think we had like 3 social media posts in regards to IB. We had like 20 for early college high school. And these are our schools of choice that we have now. And so I get what you're saying, but I'm going to need everyone to be advertising and really selling our story here.
I just want to know when administration, now given the presentation, how quickly are y'all going to come back to us and say, okay, here's the ideas of innovation academies. Here's what's 3132. Here's what the facility optimization, now that we've run it through the matrix, right? Because I'm telling you, these are now all the pieces together. And so it sounds like now let's rewind and go see the facility matrix and rubric that was designed. What happens if you take those identified facilities with lower enrollment? Could they all have innovative academies, right? How does that look? What is the neighborhood or the community concept that you're talking about? Or what happens then? Because we also, again, we've talked about limited resources, we still have facility needs as well. So there's a lot of different moving parts that I would love for administration to get back to us quickly so we can kind of look at this all together. Because I think that's the challenge we have, is that sometimes it feels like, well, there's uneven growth here, but we're gonna build over here. And it's like, okay, how do we put all these pieces together? So we know what does it look like with all these factors in one presentation from y'all, hopefully.
I'm also thinking, as we're talking about timeline with 31 and 32 and creating that plan, we know what we're doing at 31, but creating that plan for 32. I'd love to do this with that community, right? Of what does this school look like? Of really getting that, their participation in there and finding out with that community, so that way we can move that discussion along too, right? Being able to really go through this process. I'd love to have that community go through the presentation that you just gave here, to be able to take us to the next step, get some feedback, from that community, and then hear the options based on what we heard from that community. I just think we know that, okay, this is what we're doing at 31. We're talking about the timeline for 32, but we need to talk about the design. And I think before we talk about the design, we need to know what do we want the school to look like?
Yes.
And I think we need to do that with that community.
Yeah, and to be clear, this is a tool, right? Just like the facilities optimization, this is a process that you can put any of the ideas that you collect into, and you can run this through. You can run it through with a lot of people, or with yourself, nap time, and an AI.
I'm curious if we can do the same thing when we talk about the facility optimization, because there's already community, we already identified in that matrix, in that rubric, you'll need to run it through to confirm, but there are campuses that are already lower enrollment. So can we go ahead and roll out then? If we're gonna roll out a discussion with 31, 32, do we go hit those other facility optimization communities as well? Do it all at the same time, right? And that way we can get moving, because the bond had 31, 32, we had repurpose, we had discussion on the lower enrollment facilities. So how do we get moving on this so that they're all done at the same time? And so when y'all come to us, it's not like, oh, well, man, if we do this over here, we're gonna totally under enroll over here. No, we have a plan over here. And that's, I wanna see the big picture, right?
So I think that the key here is, in order to get started next, the subcommittees, any of the subcommittees, can't tell you what the goal of innovation as a district is. We need to hear that from you. We need to have an understanding. We've brought a lot of big ideas, and now from your voices, we need to hear what is it that innovation is going to, what innovations are going to drive these decisions. So that's, I think, where we are as any of the subcommittees, honestly, is it all ends up coming back to, what does innovation look like in this district?
And then at what point, I'm curious, what point, how much do we need input on administration? And then when can we get to the community and get their input too, right? We've got to kind of be able to get, I'm guessing, something from admin so we can give y'all the, yeah, please keep going forward and take this to those communities, right?
I think that what you see on the screen, we need to fill in that. We need to fill in that form, because the matrix, the rubric, it requires a project, which would be this thing, this academy, and then you would build project specifications tied directly to that academy, and then those specifications you would run through the matrix, and the outcome would be which campus would be the best to optimize that opportunity, right? So we have to build what you want, and then we have to build project specifications about what is needed for that implementation, and then run it through the matrix. And
So
that would give
are you saying you want board to tell you out of 11, we want 1, 2, 3, 4? I mean, help me understand
so
what
we
is
have
the
to do
process you
is
need.
generate what these are, what ideas.
So administration needs to come before we can get it to community, right? Administration's gonna bring us, right? that's
I
what I'm trying to
think
figure out.
we can safely say that by the 23rd, we can bring the board back some ideas about what the plan and the structure of this could look like. I think we need some time to process what we've heard tonight, to make sure that we understand what we've been tasked with, and then develop a plan to say, here's how we think this can lay out, and what we need from you, what we can bring back, and what the timelines of all of that look like. I think we can safely do that by the 23rd.
And I'd say that there is a tool gap. If you are looking for a next step for this, is whatever it is that, these big ideas generate, whatever school administration starts to pull together, making that into a project plan that can then be fed into that facilities optimization is a gap in our current process. So that would be something that I would say we're gonna run into sooner rather than later. So that might be the next tool process.
So a clarification, when we're putting this, we're only talking about 31 and 32. We're not talking about secondary, right? I want to make sure, because that's a whole nother discussion. Okay, I just want to be very clear. And secondary is not off the table, right? It's just, this is what the board tasked this subcommittee with. Okay, just want clarification at this point, yes.
One of the things that we might have asked to look into before that might help with this is surveying people who have left to really find out if there was what it is that made them leave, and some people left and came back, and what it is that made them leave and what brought them back. And so those could also identify some of the gaps that we have in our schools right now.
You also might be able to look at some of the internal transfers as well, of what programs are drawing kids from one school to another, or families from one to another.
Yeah, so internal and external transfer
I just wanna-
information.
But we have internal though, sorry Trish, I didn't
No,
mean
it's
to cut
okay.
you
No,
off.
no,
We
please,
had a
no,
whole
go-
board
you're
memo
right.
on internal transfers.
No, thank you, Anna. No, you're fine, you're fine. I want to make sure as we're getting this information, I think the committee had to do the pieces like this. It would have been too big of a thing to do if you tried to throw it all into one at one time. They took pieces. But when administration brings to us, I want to know, how does this decision impact this decision, because there is scaffolding and things in place. And so we need to see that, because this might impact open enrollment, or how does it impact the facility repurpose? And we're all talking about that same bond funding, that kind of, there was repurposing in there was addressing the enrollment, there's 3132. And we know the longer we wait on this, we're impacting student learning across the district. We've also heard from our committee members, it also impacts like the teacher experience, staff experience, transportation. And so I do like the idea of us moving quickly and getting something. Also, when we go talk about open enrollment later, because I also see that's going to be an interesting discussion as well, all part of the puzzle, let's make sure we reach out to our leadership and our somehow staff, survey, whatever, to get their input as well. I don't know at what point, but we need to hear from them as well as we're making these decisions.
And the cost implications for building, in terms of what it costs to build a school, say in 2020, to open a school in 2028, to build it so it's ready for 2028 versus sooner versus later, what those costs look like.
I think also for me is keeping in mind the programs we have now, right? Making sure New Hope, which is our first school of choice, gets, I don't want to say love, but gets what they need, right? And again, IB, what are we going to do about that situation? And so I want to, when we come back, I want to just make sure that those are still in our district. And so for me, if we're going to start something, an innovative academy or whatever this looks like, we need to make sure we're following it through and 100% and not halfway doing it, because then the program will not work and we will not see the result from it. And then we will be in the situation we are with some of our programs.
Thank you. I love this tool. And I'm thinking about like all the different ways we can use this tool. So I appreciate that. Just, this was really great. And yeah, I need you to come and talk to all these different communities now, see what you've done.
I'll come whenever you need me to. I'll be here.
Yeah, again, y'all are really good at this now, because I'm doing it for 3 hours, because you already know like slide 94 through 97. And what's happening is that you already saw it, right? This is what happens when you do this work, is you start connecting dots and that web just comes together, because it was like, wait a minute. I mean, no, we're looking at 31, 32. What about beyond that? Innovative academies, is that the limitation? And so guess what? You saw the matrix, you saw the rubric. If we build project specifications around an innovative academy, there may be opportunities within facility optimization on some of our campuses to integrate some of those ideas. And that's why we wanted to point that out. But you already saw that way ahead of time before we got to those slides. That's what we wanted to bring out. Keep going.
We knew the answers before we got
Yeah,
Well,
exactly.
I am curious as y'all bring, I know administration's gonna need to work on this and bring something back. I am curious because there are different facilities that we know are needed. Leo, New Hope, the early learning,
Oh my God.
what are we doing? A police department. So there are certain facility needs, teaching and learning, like where can our teachers go and get instruction? But we're also talking about, okay, but we also know there's a competitive environment. And charters are opening up in the north, they're opening up in the south, they're opening up in the central. I mean, there are charters all over, we can look at that. And so how are we being competitive, offering what we need for our students in our community? And so I'm looking forward to seeing like, okay, facility optimization started off looking at just those campuses with low enrollment, and now we're seeing how it all connects. So I want to make sure that we address all these pieces as we move forward. So I'm guessing this is all like some mega agenda, but it won't be 3 more hours? And are y'all coming back on the 23rd? What more do you need from the board? Because we have a lot of pieces that are moving, and it's important we kind of keep them together and move them quickly.
I think what I'm promising you by the 23rd is a framework that can help us to move this thing forward. I don't think we'll bring any answers of any kind on the 23rd. I think it's just, here's how we can put all this together. Here's what the timeline looks like. Here's the mechanism for how that works.
Jeremy said he was going to have all the answers on the 23rd, though, right?
I heard that too.
You heard that too? Okay.
I said that at 7:30. It's 10:30 now. I've changed my mind. We'll do everything we can.
Well, thank you all again for hanging out through the 3-hour meeting. Really appreciate all the work that your committee's done, that every subcommittee's done. I know this has been a massive learning experience, I think, for the district, for the board, in terms of, I think we've learned a lot about committees and the board's role on committees, and as we create committees, how board interacts with those and how we don't, and setting really clear goals and expectations to, for everyone's sake. And so I know that some of the members of the other committees are still here, and some of them left like an hour or 2 ago because it's late, but really appreciate just, being part of this journey with us. Like you started off, it was a journey, and it wasn't always a very clear journey, but I think you say this a lot. Sometimes we have to go down this path, Gloria, so that we can learn, which direction we're going to go. And oftentimes I don't like that. I just want us to get to the destination in the fastest way, but I appreciate all of y'all, so thank you. And with that, we're going to move to the next agenda item.
It's been a pleasure, and I'm going to go to the back.
We're not going to take a break because we're actually moving we're not going to do 7A3. We're going to move that to a following meeting. So we're going to go through 7A2 and A4 in rapid succession. So we'll be able to have that break before close.
Can I say I move? Can I go ahead and move the motion? Did you call it up? Okay, there's Pete. I move the Board of Trustees approve Whitley Penn to be engaged to provide audit services for the 24-25 fiscal year.
I second.
Trish makes a motion, Anna seconds. Is there any further discussion?
Thank you, Pete. You're doing this, and you've always done this so well. We appreciate the audit and the extra insight. Good job. Thank you.
Great job. Great job.
Thank you. Have a great staff. I may have to stand. These seats are awfully warm.
Is there, no further discussion? All those in favor? 7 in favor, motion passes. Who was sitting in that one?
I was sitting a long time.
It's Dustin, sorry.
Long time.
All right, and that moves us over to our next agenda item, 7A4.
Madam President, members of the Board of Trustees, our next items are our monthly bond report, our monthly finance report, monthly investment report, our monthly tax collection report. There are nothing on any of these reports that are out of the ordinary. I'm more than happy to answer any questions if you have any on those. If not, I will go into detail if you'd like to, but since of the lateness of the hour, any questions you have, I'm more than happy to answer.
I don't have detail needed, but we've had so many discussions tonight about what was done in the bonds. So at some point, it would be good to have kind of a pullout of what was in there, right? 31's in there, 32, repurposing facilities. It just might, are the totals or what the plans are something to go to? You can go to administration, but just kind of, let's keep an idea of how all this is moving.
Like a board memo or something, update.
Just like what funds are still out there,
Yes.
right?
If we can get it in a board memo, that would be awesome.
Will do.
All right, if there are no further questions for Pete, it is 10:37 p.m., and the board will now go into closed session for the purposes permitted by Texas Government Codes 551.071, consultation with attorney regarding pending or contemplated litigation or attorney-client privilege matter, Texas Government Code 551.074, personnel deliberation regarding resignations, terminations, employment, reassignments, duties, and evaluation of personnel and public officers, Texas Government Code 551.0821, deliberation regarding matters whereby personally identifiable information regarding one or more students will be disclosed. No action will be taken in closed session. Any action related to closed session agenda items will be taken when the board returns to open session. It is 10:57 PM, and having no further business, this meeting of the Leander ISD Board of Trustees is adjourned.